Okay, I'm going to get started this morning by just welcoming everyone. Welcome to Watang Yu. Nice to see all of you guys here this morning. Welcome to everyone online who's joining us as well. This is the first day of a 5-day course that's titled Harmony in Relationships. This is where you can learn about how to develop harmonious relationships, because this is one of the challenges that we experience as we go through life, is being able to have harmonious relationships with others. So the teachings of the Buddha, by the time you learn and develop and train your mind and get to this enlightened mental state, you'll have harmonious relationships with everybody and anybody around you. You won't have any disgruntledness or hostility or bitterness from you to other people or from other people to you. You'll just notice that more and more you're having more and more peaceful relationships, where we oftentimes struggle with that when we lack wisdom of how to actually do that. So the teachings of the Buddha are going to provide you the wisdom of how to train your own mind so that you can experience harmonious relationships. While other people may be doing things that are unwise in the world, your peacefulness and your ability to have harmonious relationships isn't going to come from changing other people. It comes from cultivating your own mind, developing wisdom, and changing how you interact in the world. By you changing the way you interact in the world, you'll be able to create more harmonious relationships with others. Of course, by the time you get to enlightenment, there'll be an occasional person who's maybe disrespectful or arrogant or egotistical or harsh or aggressive with you, but it's very, very rare. By the time you actually get to enlightenment, you'll notice that you have such peaceful relationships because you've been practicing the teachings of the Buddha for so long. More and more, as you're putting out love and kindness and compassion to others, this is what will come back to you. So I'm going to be teaching you how to do this over the 5-day course that we have here. Each morning, we're going to be starting with meditation. So I'm going to guide you guys in a meditation session first, and then I'm going to introduce you into the course and help you understand what it is that you're going to be learning throughout the 5 days if you decide to be here for the whole 5 days. And then after that, I'm going to go into the first topic for today, which is the Eightfold Path. This is the path for all humans to enlightenment. If you are interested in having harmonious relationships, in getting to enlightenment, you would need to know this teaching inside and out, backwards and forwards. And some of you guys have learned that with me before, but for some of you guys, this will be your first time learning it. And I'm going to be using the original words of the Buddha and teaching it to you with his actual words and helping you to be able to see how to train your own mind with this teaching. And we'll be spending the entire morning with that, taking a mid-morning break at a certain point. And then this afternoon, when we come back from lunch, I'm going to be teaching you what's called the 3 poisons, or the 3 unwholesome roots. These are the 3 high-level things that are keeping the mind in the unenlightened state and blocking you or hindering you or obstructing you from being able to have harmonious relationships with others. As long as these 3 poisons or these 3 unwholesome roots of craving, anger, and ignorance are in the mind, you'll keep having problems in your relationships over and over and over again. So it's important right here at the beginning to give you guys some core teachings before we move into Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, where you're going to be learning all the various things that you need in order to create harmonious relationships. So there needs to be this foundation first. And some people have taken a foundational course with me in the past, but this particular course and none of the other courses are based on having taken any other courses. So that's why on the first day, I spend time making sure you have a foundation in the teachings of the Buddha before we move into talking about harmonious relationships and how to cultivate those. So if you'd like to join for meditation, the way that I start this is I start with some chanting. If you'd like to chant along with me, there's some chanting sheets over on the table over there. They're laminated sheets that have the Pali chants. These Pali chants have been used all throughout history during the lifetime of the Buddha and all the way up until now. During the lifetime of the Buddha, they used chanting as a way to commit the teachings to memory because everything he taught was oral. So every 2 weeks, they would come together and they would recite his teachings word for word for word in order to commit the teachings to memory. And this is how they remembered them in order to actually practice his teachings. Today, we don't need to chant in order to commit the teachings to memory because we have books and audiobooks and videos and podcasts. We have lots of technology to be able to help us capture the teachings. We don't need to recite them in order to remember them. But I still chant in order to ease the mind into meditation and get more benefit out of the meditation itself. It kind of helps build awareness of mind and awareness of breath. And there's some other courses where I teach people how to chant. So if you're ever interested in learning how to chant, you're more than welcome to do that in our various courses. But even here this week, if you guys would like to chant along, slowly but surely, you'll be able to learn chanting. If you do decide to chant, there isn't anything mystical or magical with these chants. It's not a rite, a ritual, or a ceremony or worship. It's not prayer or anything like that. As I mentioned, during the lifetime of the Buddha, they were purely used as a way to commit the teachings to memory. And nowadays we use them in order to ease the mind into meditation and get more benefit out of the meditation itself. If you look at these chants, it has the English translations on there, and you'll see a lot of gratitude and appreciation and respect for the Buddha. And because of this, I don't even think the Buddha actually created these chants, that a Buddha wouldn't walk around, saying, here, chant these things to me and admire me, because they would have eliminated their ego. So these chants were probably created by his students, either during his life or after his death, because if you learned from a teacher how to move from the anger and the sadness and the frustration and all these other discontent feelings to the peace and calm, the serenity and contentedness with joy, that is the enlightened mental state, which is a permanent mental state that you can attain. And this teacher didn't want anything from you or expect anything from you, you'd probably have a lot of respect for this person too. So his students during his life and after his death, and even now, there's people who have an enormous amount of respect for him because of what he did to be able to share teachings that helps all of humanity to get to this peaceful and joyful mental state, which is a permanent mental state. So if you'd like to chant these, you're more than welcome. I'll be chanting them going into the meditation and coming out of the meditation as well. After the chanting, you're going to hear me give some guidance where, as we're actually meditating, I'm going to be instructing you and guiding you in meditation, but just for a brief period, just to get you going. Then there's going to be a long period of time where we're just meditating, maybe 15 minutes of that period of time. So overall, it's probably going to be about a 20, 25 minute, maybe 30-minute meditation from the time that we chant until the time that we're done. So we'll be meditating during that period of time where it'll just be quiet. Everybody here and everybody online, we can just be meditating together. And I'm sure you're going to hear the occasional dog barking or a bird chirping or maybe a car going by or something like that. But all of these sounds, they're just impermanent. So when you hear these things, you'll hear as I guide you, you can just cut that off and let it go and bring the mind back to the breath. You don't need to be affected by this outside world. It's not possible for you to be in permanent silence. It's just not possible. Even if you were meditating in a cave somewhere, there's going to be occasional sounds. So you need to get to the point where you train your mind not to be disturbed or disrupted by any kind of impermanence, any kind of impermanent sounds or anything that's going on in the environment. And then again, after that period of time where we're just meditating, I'll come out of the meditation with some more chanting. And then that's where I'll start today's class. For those of you guys that maybe need some guidance on body positioning, there's actually 4 positions to meditate in. And there's classes where I teach all 4 of these. There's seated, lying, standing, and walking meditation. These are the different positions that the Buddha taught, because your body can't be in the same position all the time. So you guys are welcome to use any of these positions. Oftentimes people are learning in the seated position. So I'll give you guys a little bit of guidance on this, but keep in mind that it's not about everybody sitting in the exact same position, because this isn't actually possible. So you could sit on the floor, you could sit in a chair. If you're at home, you might be on a sofa or a bench or in a wheelchair or anything like this. So if you're on the floor, which a lot of people do meditate on the floor, you might have a cushion or more under your rear to kind of soften your seat. And then you would like to lightly cross your legs. Whereas if your legs are real tight, this will impede the circulation and it can cause pain in the body. And you're not interested in having pain in the body. So if you just lightly cross your legs, this will allow for the circulation in the legs. Some people like to put their legs off the mat. This gets the hips up in the air and it lessens the angle at the hips, the knees, and the ankles. So you could do this if you'd like to as well. The Buddha put his right hand over his left with his thumbs together, and he put this into his lap. If this is comfortable for you, you could use this. But again, it's not about everyone doing it exactly the same way. You need to find what's comfortable for you. So some people like to put their palms on their thighs or their knees. Some people put their palms up. Some people rest their hands comfortably in their lap. So you can sit with your hands and arms however you like. And that goes for those of you guys that are maybe at home in a chair, on a sofa, or some other position as well. You can just sit with your lower body and hands and arms nice and comfortable. If you're in a chair, some people like to put their feet flat on the floor or lightly crossed at the ankles. But you can see I'm sitting in a chair and I'm actually got my legs crossed. So you can sit however you're comfortable. There's not just one fixed way of being able to sit during meditation. It's helpful if the upper body is erect. By keeping the upper body erect, it keeps the mind attentive and alert during your meditation, because this is a dedicated, active, purposeful training session where you're actively training the mind to eliminate certain unwholesome qualities and cultivate certain wholesome qualities. So you like the mind to be attentive and alert during your meditation. So by sitting upright, this will keep your mind attentive and alert. Keeping the sternum up and the shoulders back not only keeps the mind attentive and alert, but it also helps you to breathe in through the nose and out through the nose. So again, I'm going to start us off with some chanting to ease us into the meditation, and then I'm going to come back in with the guidance. Excuse me, it's getting over a cold here. Arahang Samma Sambuddho Mahakava Bhutang Mahakavanhang Apivateyami Savakato Mahakavata Dhammo Dhammang Namasami Supatipano Mahakavato Savaka Sangho Sanghang Namami Namo Rasa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Rasa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Rasa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Iti piso Mahakava Arahang Samma Sambuddho Vichacharanang Sammuno Sakhato Rokavitu Anutero Purisa Dhamma Sati Satatava Manusanang Bhutto Bhagavati. Okay, with the lower body and hands and arms comfortable, and the upper body erect, just close the eyes and start breathing in through the nose and out through the nose. Here you're just looking to establish the breath, a nice, natural, steady, consistent breath. Not forced or controlled, just a gradual inhale through the nose, experiencing the full breath. And then whenever you're ready, exhale out through the nose. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. Your breath may not match up with the guidance that I'm providing, and that's okay. This is your practice. I'm just here for guidance. You can use this voice as a reminder that whenever you get to the next inhale, breathing gradually through the nose, developing a nice, natural, steady, consistent breath. And then whenever you're ready, exhale out through the nose, experiencing the full breath. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. With the breath well established, start fixating the mind on the breath, either the sound of the breath coming into the nose or the sensation of air moving over the skin into the nose. The breath is the present moment. Fixate the mind on the breath, the present moment. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. With the mind fixated on the breath, whenever you notice that it moves off the breath, cut that off, let it go, and come back to the breath, the present moment. No need to observe the thoughts, label them, judge them, analyze them, or even try to figure out where they're coming from. Whenever you notice that the mind is moved off the breath, cut that off, let it go, and come back to the breath, the present moment. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. I'm going to be quiet now and let you do this work of focusing on the breath, cutting off and letting go anytime the mind moves off the breath. You have nowhere to go. There's nothing to do. No one needs you right now. This is your time to focus on the breath. Breathing in and out. สัมมาสัมพุทโธมหาเขวาโอตังมหาเขวันหังอาภิวาเทมิสวากขาโตมหาเขวตาธัมโมธัมมังนามัสสามิสุปฏิปันโนมหาเขวโตสาวกสังโฆสังฆังนามามินะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะอิติปิโสมหาเขวาอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธวิชาจารณังสัมมุโนสกขาโตโรกาวิตุอนุเตโรปุริสาดัมมาสติสตาตาวามนุสนังพุทโธภะคะวะติ Okay, if you guys would like to slowly make your way out of meditation. Once again, welcome to everyone that's here. Welcome to all of you guys. Welcome to everyone online as well. Nice to see all of you guys this morning. So we're going to be starting each morning with meditation, and we're also going to be meditating in the afternoon as well. So you guys get an opportunity to be meditating at least twice a day. This will really help you as you're developing your mind and moving forward with your path to enlightenment. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share with you guys an introduction to the actual course and helping you guys understand what you're going to be learning over the next 5 days if you decide to be here throughout the 5 days, and then we'll go into some other topics for the morning. So our course is from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. each day. You'll see that I'll start right at 9, and then we generally finish up around 3, but sometimes it could be a little bit earlier, sometimes a little bit later. Each day is a little bit different, but we'll be starting at 9 o'clock each day. Then in terms of our schedule, today, of course, we did welcome and introduction, just introducing you to the course. But what we're going to be doing each day, as I mentioned, is chanting and meditation in the morning. Then by around 9:30, that's where I'm going to start transitioning into a talk or a discussion about the teachings. Some people refer to this as a Dhamma talk because the word Dhamma in the Pali language means teachings. So this is a talk on the teachings. And this is how one of the ways you can digest the content to be able to understand the teachings of the Buddha. And then we'll take a mid-morning break somewhere in there, and then we generally take lunch somewhere around 12 o'clock. Again, sometimes a little bit earlier, sometimes a little bit later, but we'll take a break around that time. And I usually like to take an hour and a half lunch to give you guys a nice long time to go out, spend time with each other, maybe grab some lunch. Sometimes people even come back here and take a nap if you like to take a nap, or maybe read a book or do some yoga or whatever it is that you would like to do. Give you guys a nice long time to get refreshed during the middle of the day. So you'll see that we generally take about an hour and a half lunch each day. Then when we come back from lunch, I will let you know each time we go to lunch, because we might be coming back at 1:45 or 2 o'clock or 1:15. It just really depends what time we're breaking. I'll let you know when we're coming back, but we generally come back around 1:30, and then that's where I'll share some more teachings with you. And I'll share teachings with you. We'll be doing some meditation, of course, in the afternoon, and we'll be finishing up around 3 o'clock. Again, give or take, a little bit earlier, a little bit later, depending on what's going on in the course. This course has topics from this first book, this very first book that I wrote as part of this book series. It's called Developing a Life Practice, The Path That Leads to Enlightenment. You can actually get this book for free by downloading it from our website. You can take it and go print it if you like, because there's plenty of print shops around that you can get it printed. If you'd like to get printed versions here, you can just do that by reimbursing us for our printing costs, or you can order it on Amazon. If your country has access to Amazon, you can get it there. This course has multiple topics as part of it, and some of those topics I've written about and some of them that I haven't. So the topics that I've written about are chapters 4, 5, 8, 11, 13, 14, and 15. These are topics that I'm going to be covering in this course that I've actually written about. But a good probably 50 or 70% of this course, I actually haven't written about it, because it's a lot more challenging to write about these topics of harmonious relationships. It's a lot easier to actually teach it to you in a course or in a class. So you're going to see that while I've written about many of the things that are in this course, there's a lot of things that I haven't written about. Where a lot of the other courses that you see me teaching, that I've written something either in the first book or any of the other books of the book series, I've written about these things. But in this particular course, it's unique in that most of the things I actually haven't written about them, because it's much easier to communicate it to you in a course, in a class like this. So you can get access to it as a PDF from our website. There's also Kindle versions, and you can get printed versions as well. It's the first book of a 13-book book series, and it'll help you to have this actual book for your entire journey to enlightenment, not just this course itself. In terms of what we're going to be learning throughout the course is today, I'm going to be teaching you the Eightfold Path. This is the path for all humans to enlightenment. This is the core central teaching of the Buddha. Everything else you learn on the path to enlightenment is going to plug into this Eightfold Path in one way or another. If you're interested in harmonious relationships, you're going to need to know this inside and out, backwards and forwards, left, right, up, down. And some of you guys have already learned this with me, and this is a good refresher for you, because you're going to need to learn it more than one time. For those of you guys that haven't learned this with me, you're going to see me using the original words of the Buddha to walk you through and understanding how to actually learn and practice this teaching, because this is central to you being able to develop harmonious relationships and all the other benefits that come with getting to enlightenment. So we're going to be spending our entire morning on that. And then in the afternoon, after we do our meditation, I'll be teaching you what's called transforming the three poisons: craving, anger, and ignorance. This is where you're going to be learning about the three high-level problems that the Buddha discovered in the mind. I'm going to explain to you the symptoms, and I'm going to explain to you the solutions of how to fix them as well. Then tomorrow, I'm going to be teaching you what's called identifying cravings, cultivating non-craving, and analysis of the mind. This is where you're going to be eliminating the longing, yearning, and identifying exactly what is causing your mind to be discontent. Because as long as you're discontent with anger and sadness and frustration and all these other discontent feelings, you'll find it very hard to have harmonious relationships, because you'll be bitter and harsh and hostile potentially in your relationships. So you're going to need to identify these cravings, desires, attachments, and eliminate them out of the mind so that you can have more harmonious relationships. I'm going to teach you what's called cultivating the healthy mental states: loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. These are also referred to as the Brahma Viharas. This is where the Buddha kind of gets the reputation of being like a doctor, where there are certain symptoms that you learn about in the mind, and then there's a certain remedy or a prescription or an antidote to actually be able to solve those problems. So I'm going to explain to you what these are and how to practice them, and how they actually remedy certain specific symptoms in your mind. Because again, as long as your mind is angry or frustrated or jealous or resentful or any of these other types of feelings, you'll find it very hard to have harmonious relationships. So these four healthy mental states that you cultivate in the mind will help you to have more more harmonious relationships. Then the real focal point of this course is learning what's called true love, love without attachment. I'm going to be teaching this on Wednesday morning. This is where you're going to be understanding what true love is and how to actually practice it. In the unenlightened state, we tend to lack wisdom of what true love is. There's something that's masquerading as love that you might actually think is love, and you might have been practicing as love, but it's not actually love. And because of this, it's sabotaging your relationships. If you don't understand what true love is, you're not going to be able to practice true love with other people. And if you're not practicing true love with others, you're not going to be able to receive true love, because you're not going to be able to experience other people practicing true love with you. And if you don't understand what true love is, even if someone is practicing true love with you, you won't be able to identify it. So understanding what true love is and practicing this in all your relationships is what's going to produce the harmonious relationships. So we're going to spend a lot of time going in and out of the true love and understanding what that is so that you can understand how to practice it and develop it more and more in your relationships. Then I'm going to teach you what's called practicing in a world of the unknowing, relationships with non-practitioners. One of the challenges you're going to have in your harmonious relationships and trying to develop those is that you're going to be practicing these teachings perhaps, and as you're practicing them more and more deeply, you're going to notice the people around you maybe aren't. And this can be really challenging for the mind when you're around other people who aren't practicing these same teachings, where when you're practicing speaking gentle and you're being loving and kind and compassionate, but other people aren't, this can oftentimes be very challenging for your mind. So I'm going to teach you how to practice these teachings in a world where lots of other people maybe aren't practicing them so closely. Then I'm going to teach you practicing non-attachment, how to eliminate attachment to those who are closest to us. One of the deepest attachments that you tend to have are in relationships that you're really close in, like your parents, your siblings, life partners, children, people like this, people that are really close to you, you'll tend to have the deepest attachment. And this is why you'll have some of the strongest difficulties and struggles in those relationships, where you might get along with your friends fairly well, but in your relationships with your parents or your siblings or your life partners or things like this, your children, you might really struggle in those relationships. And that's because of craving, desire, attachment. So understanding how to eliminate your attachment to them while still having a relationship with them is very helpful. And that's what's going to help you to have harmonious relationships in those particular relationships. As long as you're attached to them, you're not going to be able to have harmonious relationships. So I'm going to teach you how to eliminate these attachments to individuals that you're close to. And these can be some of the most challenging attachments to eliminate. So that's why I'm going to spend some time on that, helping you to understand how to eliminate those so you can have more harmonious relationships with everybody, including those people who are closest to you. Then I'm going to share with you how to share the path to enlightenment and guide children along the path. You may or may not even have children, or you may or may not even be planning to ever have children. But if you are planning to have children, this talk will actually help you. But even if you're not planning to have children, this talk can also help you as well, because there's things that you can use from this particular talk to help people like your parents or your siblings or your life partner or coworkers or people like this. So while I'm going to be focusing on helping you to understand how to guide children along the path, because this will produce harmonious relationships with your children, I'm also going to be focusing that on how to share the teachings with other people that are around you in a way that can be helpful. Then I'm going to teach you developing and maintaining relationships, choosing wholesome friends, and a life partner. This is something that the Buddha prioritizes as part of the path to enlightenment, is developing wholesome relationships with people around you. Because if you're not wise about how to choose wholesome friends, this can be challenging to develop harmonious relationships. And you would like to learn how to do this in a way where you're not judging other people. If you're judging others and you're looking down on them, this isn't going to promote the best qualities in your mind. So you need to learn how to make wise decisions or practice discernment without actually being judgmental towards others. So I'm going to teach you how to do that in that discussion. Then I'm going to teach you the path to enlightenment, practicing the path in the workplace. Because sometimes people think that these teachings, you kind of do it when you're outside of the work environment, but then when you're inside the work environment, you can't practice these teachings. But this isn't actually true. You wouldn't be able to actually get to enlightenment if you weren't practicing the teachings in the workplace. So I'm going to show you some guidance and help you to understand how to practice the teachings while you're in a professional environment. And that's going to help you to then be able to have a better and better professional career and enhance your career. Then I'm going to teach you something called the art of the friendly no. How to say no without saying no, right? So this is a very important skill, because in the unenlightened state, when you're interacting with people, they don't like to hear the word no. Like if somebody invites you to a party and you say, no, I can't come. Whoa, they can get really hurt, right? It's not you that's hurting them. It's their own mind that's causing that, but they don't necessarily realize that. So I'm going to teach you how to do things like declining an invitation and how to say no to people without actually saying the word no. And I'll teach you guys that when we get to that on Friday. And then in terms of the meditations that you're going to be learning breathing mindfulness meditation and loving kindness meditation. We're going to be really focused on loving kindness meditation because I have other courses where I focus on breathing mindfulness meditation. We're still going to be doing breathing mindfulness meditation as part of this course. It's just that I'm not going to really teach it to you the way that I do in other courses where I go through the ins and outs of breathing mindfulness meditation. Instead, we're going to be focusing that on loving kindness meditation to make sure you know the ins and outs of that, because that's what's going to transform your mind away from the anger, the frustration, the hostility, and the bitterness. Because as long as you have that in your mind, you're not going to be able to have harmonious relationships. So you're going to need this loving kindness meditation in order to bring that into your practice, where not only are you meditating, but you're practicing in day-to-day life through your intention, speech, and actions, being more loving and kind with the people around you. And that's what's going to promote the harmonious relationships, among other things. So we're really going to be focused on loving kindness meditation a lot. And then there's seated, lying, standing, and walking positions. The breathing mindfulness meditation can be done in all four of those positions, where the loving kindness is done in the seated, lying, or standing position. So I'll be introducing you guys to those kinds of things as well. And then you'll be learning about Buddhist chanting and being able to actually chant along if you would like to chant along in the meditations. And then towards the end, I'll teach you what's called continued support on the path to enlightenment and helping you to understand how to get continued support on your journey, because you're not going to be able to just create harmonious relationships everywhere in your life in just 5 days. You're going to need support after this in order to implement the teachings on day-to-day life. And I'll teach you how to integrate these teachings into your life so that you can continue to receive benefit over the course of the coming years. Okay, so you guys have any questions on what you're going to be learning in the class? For those of you guys online, you can ask questions by putting that into Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom, or you can raise your hand in Zoom electronically and ask any and all questions that you like. And for those of you guys here, whenever we get to questions, if you guys would like to ask questions, if you could use the microphones in the white bowl, that would be great, because then we'll be able to hear you here at the temple, and they'll also be able to hear you online as well. They wouldn't be able to hear you if you weren't talking with a microphone. So all you need to do is get a mic and press the gray button. You'll see the lights come on. Just wait a second or two and hold it up to your chin, and then we'll be able to hear you here at the temple, and they'll be able to hear you online. And then you can keep these microphones with you, because you might have more than one question, or someone around you might have one, and you can just share your mic with the people around you. Okay, so let me see if we have any questions here coming in. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions anywhere. So let me move on to this first topic, which is the Eightfold Path, the path for all humans to enlightenment. We're going to be spending a good amount of time on this because anything that you're doing with the teachings of the Buddha, you're going to need to know this particular teaching. I'm going to walk you through learning it so that you can examine it and you can investigate it. And then you can reflect on it to independently verify whether it's true or it's false. And then I'm going to teach you how to integrate it into your life and practice it, because that's where you actually see the real results when you're actually practicing the teachings. It's really important that when you're approaching the teachings of the Buddha, that you don't believe any of his teachings. Don't believe me. Don't believe anything you see in books. Don't have any belief about these teachings whatsoever. If you just believe the teachings teachings, you will never experience the results of the teachings. Because with belief, you don't know what's true or false. You're just believing the teachings. Your mind can easily waver and you don't know what's true or false. Either somebody convinced you to believe it or you've convinced yourself to believe it. In order to get to enlightenment, in order to have harmonious relationships, you're going to need to get to wisdom. The way you get to wisdom is that you learn something, you investigate it, you examine it. You then reflect on the teachings. You independently verify whether they're true or they're false. And then you practice the teachings. And as you're practicing the teachings, integrating them into your life, this is where you see the truth more and more and more. Because as your mind's becoming more and more peaceful, you'll know that it's from these teachings, because there's certain situations where you get annoyed and you get frustrated and you get agitated. And when you're in those same situations and your mind's not doing that anymore, you'll know that it's from these teachings that is helping you to be able to do that. So you can't get to that improvement to the condition of your mind through belief. So the teachings of the Buddha aren't about believing a bunch of things and then hoping something good happens when you die. It's about learning now. It's about reflecting now and practicing now. And because of that, you experience the results now in this life. That's what you're looking for. So as I teach you, whether it's today or any other day, don't ever believe anything that I have to say. Instead, you can examine what I'm saying. You can investigate it. There's going to be things that I share with you that are different than what you currently understand about the world. What the teachings of the Buddha are sharing with you isn't rules and commandments. It's not about how the world should be. He's not teaching you how the world should be. And if everybody follows certain rules and commandments, the world will become a peaceful place. Instead, what he's doing is he's sharing with you how the world is. He's explaining the natural laws. And when you understand these natural laws through cultivating wisdom of them, you will navigate the world more readily, more peacefully, more harmoniously. When you lack wisdom of the natural laws, you're going to tend to make unwise decisions, and it's going to produce unwholesome results for you, or unwholesome karma. But when you have wisdom of natural laws, you will make decisions in a different way, in a more informed way, and now it's going to produce wholesome results for you. So what you're doing on the path to enlightenment, and in order to create harmonious relationships, is you need to awaken to the natural laws of existence. And you do that through learning, reflecting, and practicing to acquire wisdom. And when you have wisdom, you're going to tend to make wiser decisions that are going to lead to more wholesome results. One of those wholesome results is harmonious relationships. But with a lack of wisdom of these natural laws, you won't be able to have harmonious relationships because you're lacking wisdom. So whenever you're struggling or having difficulties in the world, whether it's in relationships or anything else, it's just because the mind lacks wisdom. And when you cultivate wisdom, you'll be able to overcome any obstacle or any hurdle that you're facing. We experience this exact same thing early in life. When we were first born, we didn't understand the natural law of gravity. And because of that, we struggled. We had difficulties. We fell down, we hit our head, we bumped our elbows, we broke our toys, we were bleeding on our knees or our elbow. We had all kinds of trouble with this natural law of gravity. But slowly but surely, we saw the truth because this natural law was affecting us, whether we were aware of it or not. And we saw the truth. And now we cultivated wisdom, and slowly but surely, by the time we were 10, 12, 14 years old, we started making wiser decisions about the natural law of gravity. And now we're at the point where we can climb ladders, we can ride bicycles, we can get on airplanes and fly all over the world because we fully awoke to the natural law of gravity. And the decisions that we make about this natural law, they're not rules or commandments. It's not that somebody told us what we should or shouldn't be doing necessarily. We had to figure these things out. And of course, our parents were teaching us and different people like this, but there are certain decisions that we make now just based on our wisdom of the natural law of gravity that produce wholesome results for us. And I use this example of this cup behind me, that because of the natural law of gravity and my wisdom of it, I know not to put this cup right here in front of me. If I do, I'm more likely to knock that over. So with the wisdom of the natural law of gravity, not because somebody told me to, not because it's a rule or a commandment, but I just know that I need to put this cup behind me. And that's a decision that I'm making, and it's worked out really well. It's produced wholesome results because I haven't spilt my water as long as I've been teaching here. right? So these are the types of decisions that we make in order to as we're awakening to a natural law, we will make wiser and wiser decisions. We'll notice that we won't struggle and have difficulties any longer. And that's why we don't struggle and have difficulties with the natural law of gravity, because we fully awoke to it. We have wisdom of this natural law. Well, there's these other natural laws that exist in the world that your mind is currently unaware of, that your mind might be struggling and having difficulties with. When you're angry or you're sad or you're frustrated or you're agitated, this is the mind having struggles and difficulties because it lacks wisdom of the natural laws. And as you awaken to these natural laws, you'll navigate the world more peacefully. So as I go, I would like to invite you to ask any and all questions that you like to be able to understand these natural laws, because there's certain things that I'm going to be sharing with you that conflict with what you currently know about the world. And when you're in that kind of environment, that's an opportunity for you to grow. That's an opportunity for you to evolve and develop. If you're in a classroom where everything the teacher says is something that you already know, you're in the wrong classroom. You're not learning, you're not growing, you're not developing. And when you're in a classroom where a teacher is teaching something that is different than what you currently know, this is an opportunity to get more insight and get more wisdom, that you can ask questions and you can investigate further. Instead of, maybe being angry or frustrated or agitated that your mind needs to do this work to be able to learn and grow and develop, and that it conflicts with something that you currently understand, look at that as a positive thing. Because if your mind's currently angry or frustrated or annoyed, or you get irritated at any point during your life, there's certain wisdom that you don't have right now that you need. So if you're in a classroom with somebody who's teaching you something that you don't currently understand, this is really helpful for you, because it's going to help you cultivate wisdom and get out of those painful feelings and get away from that frustration and agitation and annoyance. But the only way that that can occur is that if you take the responsibility as a student to be an independent learner, that you're on your own independent journey. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I'm not here to force anybody to do anything. What I'm here to do is help you understand the natural laws. But it's you that's doing the work. Each individual student is learning and growing and developing. They're maintaining the responsibility as an independent learner to be able to progress on the path to enlightenment. Essentially, what a teacher is like a tour guide. We're pointing out for you the things that you need to learn and understand as you make your way towards enlightenment, but each individual student is doing the individual work to be able to accomplish that. And as you're learning, you're reflecting, and you're practicing, you're gaining more and more wisdom. Your mind is awakening more and more to enlightenment. What we mean by awakening to enlightenment is cultivating wisdom. And the more wisdom that you cultivate, you will navigate the world more peacefully, more harmoniously, just like with the natural law of gravity. Because these natural laws that I'm going to teach you about, they're affecting you, whether you're aware of it or not. So as you're in the class over this week or any other times that you're learning with me, and you hear things that are different than what you currently understand about the world or even about the teachings of the Buddha, be sure to ask me those questions. Ask me and I'll help you, and I'll help you to be able to understand in a way that you can independently verify that what I'm sharing with you is the truth. And that's the role of a teacher, is to point things out to you and help you learn and grow, but each individual student has to choose to do the work. So these first things that I have to share with you is I'm going to share with you about right view. And this is going to take a good 45 minutes to teach it to you. All of these steps aren't going to take that long for me to teach it to you, but the first step takes a good 45 minutes to teach it to you because it's such an important step. Without right view, you wouldn't be able to understand anything else that the Buddha is teaching you. So I'm going to take my time and be sure that you fully understand right view. This Eightfold Path that I'm going to share with you, it's 8 individual steps, or you could think about it like 8 individual dials. If you had a speaker system and you were trying to get a better and better quality sound out of the speakers, you would dial these dials in. You would tweak it until you get a really good quality sound coming out of the speakers. So the same thing is true about your mind. When you dial in these 8 individual factors into your life, you're going to get a better and better quality performing mind. So I'm going to walk you through over the course of the morning with the words of the Buddha to be able to understand what each one one of these are. And this is organized into 3 sections: the wisdom section, the moral conduct section, and then the mental discipline section. And as I mentioned, as you're learning, you're more than welcome to be able to ask any and all questions that you like. You'll see me pausing at different times for you to ask questions. So the first thing here is the words of the Buddha on right view. Here's what the Buddha says in the Eightfold Path about right view. He says, "In what, monks, is right view? It is, monks, the wisdom of discontentedness, the wisdom of the cause of discontentedness, the wisdom of the elimination of discontentedness, and the wisdom of the way of practice leading to the elimination of discontentedness. This is called right view." So what the Buddha is doing here is he's pointing to another teaching, and he's saying that is right view. He's pointing to what's called the Four Noble Truths. So I'm going to teach you the Four Noble Truths. Here in the Eightfold Path, it's a teaching that kind of consolidates teachings into one core central path. But then the Four Noble Truths is another teaching on the side that is a deep teaching that you need to be able to learn. And what I've done here is underneath of this line, I put the top section of the Four Noble Truths. There's more below this that you need to be able to learn, and that's what I'm going to teach you. But here, what I'm showing you is just the top section so that you can build confidence that what the Buddha is saying as part of the Eightfold Path as right view is indeed the Four Noble Truths. And then I'm going to teach you the Four Noble Truths. In order to understand the Four Noble Truths, you need to first understand the 3 universal truths. Now, we call these truths because the Buddha knew that they were true. I know that they're true, and other people know that they're true. But in order for you to get the benefit, you need to know that they're true. And that's why you can't believe what I have to share. I'm going to be teaching you the way the world is. And this is where you're learning, examining, and investigating. You're reflecting to independently verify, and then you're practicing. So I'm going to be teaching you the 3 universal truths so that you can then use those as building blocks to understand the Four Noble Truths. The Four Noble Truths are going to eventually get you to the point where in 4 simple statements, you're going to understand the problem in your mind, the cause of that problem, the elimination of it, and the path forward. This is where you're going to be able to have a breakthrough to finally understanding what's causing the anger and the sadness and the guilt and the shame and the fear and all these other feelings so that you can actually eliminate them. If you didn't understand what was causing them, you wouldn't actually be able to eliminate them. So I'm going to use this 3 universal truths to build you up so that you'll eventually understand the Four Noble Truths when I teach that to you here in a moment. So I'm going to walk you through this in a way that you can learn it, you can reflect on it, and you can understand how to practice it. So this first universal truth is called the universal truth of impermanence. This is where you're learning about the world, that the world is constantly changing, that there isn't a permanent fixed state. There's something called conditional objects. These conditional objects, they arise, they change, and then they fade away. And anything that you can see, that you hear, that you smell, that you taste, that comes in contact with the body, or any thoughts or ideas that go through the mind, these are all impermanent. They arise, they change, and they fade away. This is called a conditional object. So anything in the world around you is all impermanent, right? So this is a little bit of the teaching about the universal truth of impermanence, that conditioned objects are going to arise, they change, and they fade away. There are things called unconditional objects. What unconditional objects are is they don't arise, they don't change, and they don't fade away. They are permanent. And the things that are permanent are enlightenment itself, the mental state of enlightenment. It's a permanent mental state, and the natural laws of existence. The natural laws themselves are permanent. That's why the teachings of the Buddha are timeless. That whatever he taught 2,500 years ago, he described the natural laws for us. And those are the same exact natural laws that exist today that existed 2,500 years ago. And that's why his teachings are just as applicable today as they were 2,500 years ago, because he's describing these natural laws and they haven't changed. So when I say everything in the world is impermanent, that means anything that you can see, hear, smell, taste, comes in contact with the body, or any thoughts or ideas that go through the mind. These are called conditional objects. They arise, they change, and they fade away. So this is a little bit of the learning. on the universal truth of impermanence. But now you don't believe that. You're not interested in believing that. You would like to independently verify it yourself through reflection. So what you do is you start reflecting on this. You start looking at the world around you to see if indeed what I'm describing is true. Look around and see, are things around you impermanent? And what I suggest you do is start reflecting on something like the body. You know this body well because you've been with it throughout your entire life. And you can ask yourself, is this body permanent or is it impermanent? If this body is permanent, that means it has never changed your entire life. If this body is impermanent, that means that it's constantly changing. So what would you say? Is this body permanent or impermanent? Impermanent? What would you say? Impermanent? What about you guys over here? It's impermanent, right? It's constantly changing. Ever since conception, when the egg and the sperm came together, this body's been constantly changing, right? We get bigger, we get taller, our skin complexion changes, we get hair in places that we didn't have hair before, our hair starts to fall out, our hair gets gray, we have all these different changes. Our teeth grow and come in and then they fall out and then they come in again, right? We get cavities. These things are constantly changing. We get a little bit extra fat here and there, or a lot of extra fat here and there, right? We get some moles and pimples and wrinkles. All these things are constantly changing. This physical body is constantly changing. What would you say about your relationships? Are your relationships permanent or impermanent? If they're permanent, that means the same people that have been in your life, they're the same people that have been in your life your entire life. Nothing's ever changed. If your relationships are impermanent, that means you've had people coming and going in and out of your life your entire life. So are your relationships permanent or impermanent? Impermanent, right? People are coming and going in and out of your life all the time. What about your bank account? Is it permanent or impermanent? If your bank account's permanent, that means you have the same balance all the time. If it's impermanent, it's going up and down and up and down. Or some people's goes up, 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 and some people's go down, down, down. So is your bank account permanent or impermanent? Chris? It's impermanent, right? Your bank account's impermanent, right? Does anybody have a permanent bank account? Anybody? No? Okay. Everybody's bank account is impermanent, right? What about the weather? Is the weather permanent or impermanent? Impermanent, right? It's constantly changing. Some days it's sunny, some days it's raining, some days we have a hurricane or a typhoon, some days it's snowing or sleeting, not necessarily here, but other places in the world. We have weather that's constantly changing, right? So you could look around the world, and you may need to do this. You may need to go around the world in order to see for yourself that what you're experiencing is impermanence, that things are constantly changing in the world around you. And if you're walking down the street and you're on the sidewalk and you see a crack in the sidewalk, that is impermanence, right? Here in Thailand, not only do you see a crack in the sidewalk, but you're going to see impermanence that the sidewalks go up and down some places, right? In other countries, you have flat surfaces where you can just easily walk. Here in Thailand, the sidewalks sometimes go up and down, right? Some streets have sidewalks, some streets don't. Right? That's impermanence. You can look at the walls of the temple. You can see the different colors and different shades of white. You can see the marks and the holes on the wall. This is all impermanence. You can look at the wood planks on the floor. We've got different size, different shape wood planks. We've got different colors, different textures of wood planks. You can see that. When we first started class, we had a certain number of people in the class, and now that's changed. We've had people come and join us since we've started teaching, right? So this is all impermanence. Constant change is going to happen in the world around you. So that's what the Buddha is bringing to your attention here, that you're going to experience continuous change in the world. And this is going to be very important for you as we explain the Four Noble Truths, that you need to understand the way the world is that it is impermanent. Things are constantly changing in the world. Then the second universal truth is explaining to you the unenlightened mind. This universal truth of discontentedness is explaining to you what you experience in the unenlightened state. Some people refer to this one as suffering, if you've learned the teachings of the Buddha in other places, you might have heard that word being used, but I don't use that word, and I'll explain to you why as I teach it to you. But let me first teach you what this is, and then I'm going to circle back and explain to you why I don't use the word suffering. So in the original words of the Buddha, which are in the Pali Canon and written in the Pali language, the word that's being used here is dukkha. And this word is translated to discontent, discontented, or discontentedness. This is what the Buddha is explaining when he describes dukkha, is he's explaining three feelings that the mind experiences in the unenlightened state. And these are conditional feelings, that they experience pleasant feelings, painful feelings, and feelings that are neither painful nor pleasant. And this is what the unenlightened mind experiences. Based on some condition, the mind is going to get happy, excited, elated, thrilled, euphoria. Based on some condition, the mind is going to get sad or angry or frustrated or agitated or annoyed, feeling guilty, shameful, fearful, stress or anxiety. And then based on some condition, the mind's going to experience neither painful nor pleasant feelings like boredom and loneliness, although some people tell me that that's quite painful for them. So you could put that in the painful category if you like. But shyness is a really good example of it's not painful, it's not pleasant, it's neither painful nor pleasant. Or say you were on public transportation and somebody that you didn't know came and sat really, really close to you, and their body was touching your body and your body was touching theirs. Now, in that situation, you might say, it's not painful, it's not pleasant. Maybe you're just uncomfortable in that situation. That's what the unenlightened mind is experiencing. And these are what's called conditional feelings, that based on some condition, the mind is going to experience some feeling. So here's an example. Say you wake up in the morning and you see it's sunny outside and you get so happy and so excited because of the sun. That's a conditional feeling. You're experiencing conditional happiness. Based on the condition that there is sun, I will be happy. But then the problem with this conditional happiness is that it's temporary. It's impermanent. It arises, it changes, and it fades away. Because your mind is basing its inner feeling on some condition like the sun, and the sun is impermanent, that means your feeling of happiness is impermanent. Because as soon as it starts raining, now you'll be sad or frustrated. Or if you get happy when your bank account balance is here, that means when your bank account balance goes here, you'll be frustrated or sad or annoyed. Or if your parents do this, you'll be happy. But if they do this, you'll be sad or frustrated or angry. These are what's called conditional feelings, that based on some condition, your mind is experiencing a feeling. So essentially what this is describing is that the unenlightened mind is going up and down and up and down and up and down. Sure, you have periods of peace here and there and calm here and there, but it's only a matter of time before you get frustrated or agitated or annoyed about something, that the mind's just going to go up and down at different times. So this is explaining what the unenlightened mind is experiencing, is conditional feelings. The enlightened mind is beyond all of this. It doesn't experience conditional feelings. It experiences unconditioned mental qualities, where the mind is just always peaceful and it's always joyful. That your mind is experiencing unconditioned happiness. Where in the unenlightened state, you'll wake up in the morning and you'll see it's sunny outside, you'll get happy, and then when it rains, you'll be sad or frustrated. In the enlightened mental state, you're already happy before you ever woke up in the morning. And you see it's sunny outside, it's like, sweet, it's sunny outside. All right, I'm going to go outside and have some fun. This is going to be great. And then you go take a shower and you come out as an enlightened being and you see it's raining. And it's like, oh, well, it's raining, so I guess I can't go outside. Maybe I'll just stay home and read a book. That'll be fun too, right? Or maybe I'll go to the mall and hang out with my friends and go watch a movie. Or maybe I'll invite my friends over and we'll have a good time at home and I'll cook some dinner for them, right? Or whatever you're going to do. But you're not going to be sad. Because you didn't get happy because of the sun, you won't get sad when the sun is gone. So your mind in the enlightened mental state, it doesn't base its inner feelings on some condition. You don't experience conditional feelings. You're beyond all of this. Okay? So this is what the unenlightened mind is experiencing. Now, the way that you independently verify this is you know that your mind is unenlightened. You can ask yourself, does this describe what you experience? Do you experience pleasant feelings, painful feelings, and feelings that are neither painful nor pleasant? Because what the Buddha is doing here is he's describing the unenlightened mind. And you know what that is, so you can ask yourself, does this describe what you experience? Are there any feelings that you experience that don't fit in to one of these three categories? And if you have a question about that, when we get to the question period, you can let me know and I will help you to understand further. So just let me know if you think there's a certain feeling that you experience that doesn't fit into one of these three categories, because this is a universal truth. You will be able to independently verify it through your own direct experience. Okay. Now, some people refer to this as suffering. You might have heard that if you studied the teachings of the Buddha in other places. I don't use the word suffering because it doesn't accurately describe what the Buddha's describing here, what he's teaching. Because when you're happy or excited or elated, like if you get a promotion at work and you're so excited because of more money coming in the door, would you say you're suffering in that situation? Probably not, right? Or say that person that you're sitting next to on the bus and your body's touching their body and you're feeling uncomfortable, you probably wouldn't say you were suffering in that situation, right? So the word suffering describes the painful feelings really well, right? If you're feeling sadness or anger, frustration or guilt or shame or fear or stress or anxiety, you might say you were suffering, right? But when you're experiencing pleasant feelings or feelings that are neither painful nor pleasant, that doesn't describe suffering, right? That's not suffering, right? So the mind, as you're learning and growing and developing in these teachings, you need to be able to fully understand the full spectrum of emotions and feelings that the Buddha is describing as discontentedness. You need to be able to see the conditional pleasant feelings just as much a part of the problem as the painful ones, because those conditional pleasant ones, it means that the mind can only be happy when certain conditions are met. And when those conditions aren't met, your mind's going to end up in the painful feelings. So if you're going to get to the permanent peace and the permanent happiness and the permanent joy, you need to be able to understand the full spectrum of feelings and emotions that the Buddha is describing here. So if we use the word suffering, it only represents 33% of what the Buddha was teaching. The word suffering means that you're going to be missing 66% of what the teacher is teaching. And if you're missing 66% of what a teacher is teaching, how could you ever get to the ultimate goal of enlightenment, where the mind is peaceful and joyful permanently? So I don't use the word suffering here. A much better way to think about this is discontent, discontented, or discontentedness. If you've understood before, like you've been so excited and you like tripped and fell, or you've been so excited and you made some irrational decision, you can see your mind shaken up. That's what the discontentedness is explaining. The mind is discontent. It's shaken up. It's unstable. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next one and then I'll come back for questions. Okay, so the universal truth of discontentedness is describing how the mind is going up and down and up and down. It's shaken up, it's unstable, it's unsteady. And that can occur through conditional pleasant feelings, painful feelings, or neither painful nor pleasant. Then there's this third universal truth. It's called the universal truth of non-self. This is actually a solution to one of the problems that the Buddha discovered in the mind. There's something called the 10 fetters. The 10 fetters are 10 individual pollutions that the Buddha discovered in the mind. And we refer to them as fetters because during ancient times, if you were a criminal, they would attach a fetter to your ankle in order to keep you confined in a certain area. So they would put you in a field with other criminals and they would have this shackle and a chain and a ball around your ankle. And this is how they would keep you confined to a certain area. Where nowadays we put prisoners in prison cells, and that's how we keep those people confined to a certain area. But during the lifetime of the Buddha, they would attach a fetter to your ankle, this shackle and a chain and a ball. So when he discovered these 10 individual pollutions in the mind and he figured out how to eradicate them, he referred to them as fetters because they're keeping you trapped in this unenlightened state where the mind's continuing to experience the same problems over and over and over and over and over again. It's keeping the mind trapped in this discontentedness. So what you're doing on the path to enlightenment is you're eliminating the 10 fetters, the 10 pollutions. And as you eliminate those 10 pollutions, this is where the brightness and the radiance and the joy of the enlightened mind shine through. So there's a particular fetter that this universal truth is actually providing you the solution for. The first fetter is called personal existence view. I'll explain to you what this pollution is first, then I'm going to come back and explain to you the universal truth of non-self. The personal existence view, this first fetter, this is where the mind is confused, it has misunderstanding, it has a lack of wisdom of true reality. It thinks that this body is you or this mind is you. So the mind is clinging and holding on to a self-image or a self-identity. And now the mind thinks that this is who you are. So for example, if you were ever in a social situation and you spilled something on your clothing and you felt embarrassed, this is personal existence view. The mind wants to be perceived by others in a certain way. The mind's clinging to this body or this self-image, wanting others to perceive you in a certain way. And when you spilled that spaghetti sauce on your shirt, you were embarrassed because you weren't being perceived the way you wanted to be perceived. Your mind was clinging to this body, thinking that this is who you are as a person. And now when people aren't perceiving you the way you want to be perceived, now the mind can be shaken up by that. Or if you've ever been in front of a mirror and you saw a wrinkle or a mole or a pimple or a gray hair, or you started losing your hair, if you experienced any of this and you were shaken up by that, this was your personal existence view. This was the pollution of personal existence view. Your mind's clinging to this body, wanting to appear to others a certain way. The mind is clinging and wanting this permanence. But this self-image isn't you. This body isn't you. It's not who you are. Then there's something called a self-identity that the mind will cling to. This is where you might cling to your culture, your ethnicity, your nationality, maybe your sexual orientation, your job or occupation, thinking that this is who you are. Like, I am American, or I am Chinese, or I am Canadian, or I am German, or I am Lithuanian, or I am Brazilian. Any of this I am. It can be your culture, it can be your ethnicity, it can be your job or occupation, any number of things your mind can cling to as your identity. And things like, I am a boyfriend, I am a girlfriend, I am a husband, I am a wife. If you've ever been in a relationship before where you identified with I am a boyfriend or I am a girlfriend, when you guys were together, your identity was intact. But then when you separated and now I am single, your mind didn't identify with I am single. So you might have noticed that your mind wanted to hurry up and get right back into another relationship because the mind wanted to assume that identity again. It didn't feel comfortable with this I am single because the mind didn't identify that way. So the mind might have wanted to hurry up and get right back into another relationship, thinking that that was going to solve the problem. But it's not. Because this personal existence view, this pollution of personal existence view is what the problem is. That needs to be eliminated. Just getting back into another relationship doesn't solve anything. Or let's just say you were like a police officer or a lawyer or some other occupation. If your mind identifies with I am a police officer and now you retire, or say you get injured at the job, maybe 10, 15 years into your job, you can't do that work anymore. But now you identify with I am a police officer. And now when you're an electrician, your mind doesn't feel comfortable because your mind identifies with I am a police officer. And now when I am an electrician, the mind doesn't feel comfortable with this. The identity is not intact. So this person can really struggle during this period of time where the mind is identifying with I am a police officer. Or like I mentioned, when you retire from a certain job, you can really struggle because part of your identity is wrapped up into that job. Or say you're at a restaurant and 2 tables over, somebody is talking in a way that is disparaging or degrading the people from the country that you come from. Or maybe they're degrading people from China or people from America or Brazil or Germany or any other country that you're from. Well, if they're degrading Americans, for example, and your mind identifies with I am American, now you're going to get frustrated. You're going to get agitated because your mind is clinging to this identity that I am Chinese or I am American or any other identity. And now they're talking about me, right? So the Buddha is teaching you with the universal truth of non-self that there is no self. that this body is not you, this mind is not you. It's not who you are. But with personal existence view, this pollution, this misunderstanding, this confusion, the mind will think that this body is you, or that this mind is you. So that then when you're in front of the mirror and you see that pimple or that mole, you'll be shaken up by it because you want to be perceived by others in a certain way. Or if you're like me, when I was a teenager, I used to sit in front of the mirror with gel and mousse, and I would try to get every little hair in the right spot. I couldn't go to school until every little hair was in the right spot. And I would sometimes miss the bus because I was spending so much time in the mirror, right? Maybe 15, 20 minutes trying to get every little hair in exactly the right spot, right? So these kinds of things of personal existence view will motivate unskillful conduct, and it changes the mind and the way that you are interacting in the world. And what the Buddha is teaching you with the universal truth of non-self is that you can get liberated from all this. You can get free from this embarrassment and these other feelings that you might have. Whereas if somebody compliments you and says, wow, you look so handsome in that shirt, or you look so beautiful in those clothes, it really brings out the colors of your eyes. You're like, oh, wow, they're talking about me, right? But then it's only a matter of time, because of impermanence, that someone's going to say something degrading and disparaging about this body. And if you cling to this body and think that this is who you are, when someone says something degrading and disparaging, you'll get angry, you'll get frustrated, you'll get agitated, right? So what the Buddha is helping you to be able to do is to realize not to cling, not to hold on to this body, and to not hold on to this mind, thinking that this is who you are. Okay, so this is a little bit of an introduction to the universal truth of non-self and personal existence view. Now, some people understand this when I first start talking about it, but a lot of people don't, because you spend so much time in your life accumulating this personal existence view. From birth, we were all given a label. My label was David. I don't know what all your labels are. I know some of your labels, but I don't know everybody's label. We were all given a label, and we start assigning this personality and this character and this image around our label, right? So from birth, we've been accumulating more and more personal existence view. In fact, whatever country we come from, they usually have a flag, they have a national anthem, they have sports teams that we cheer for, right? We see ourselves as being that person from that location. But what the Buddha is inviting you to be able to do is get liberated from this, where you don't understand, for example, that this body was born on a land that we refer to as America or the USA. But my mind doesn't have to identify with I am American. Because as soon as I allow the mind to identify with I am American, when people talk fondly of those types of people, I'll get pleasant feelings. But when somebody talks unkindly of those types of people, then I'll get painful feelings, right? So as long as we allow the mind to cling to this body, or this mind is who we are, then your mind is going to still be going up and down. But when you can let go and you can eliminate the clinging, realizing non-self and training your mind to let go, then you can get to a point where you realize that this body isn't you and this mind isn't you. And now your mind will be more peaceful and more joyful. So let me show you how to independently verify this, and then I'll open up to questions for you. So the way that you independently verify that there is no self is you think about yourself when you were a child, when you were a teenager, early adulthood, and then now. Think about yourself, your character, your personality, who you thought you were as a person. Has it been exactly the same through all those phases of life, or has it been constantly changing? It's been changing, right? From childhood, teenage years, early adulthood, and then now. Your personality and how you think of yourself has been constantly changing. So you can see there's no permanent self, right? Here's another way. If your arm was amputated and you only have one hand and one arm, are you less of a person? Pat says no. What about the rest of you guys? Claire's shaking her head no. Are you less of a person? You guys say no, right? So you guys know intellectually that this body isn't you. Because if I asked you that question and you thought that this body was you, you would say, yes, I'm less of a person because I my arm is amputated, so I'm less of a person. But intellectually, you know that this body isn't you because you answered that question. You said, no, I'm not less of a person. But this is where the confusion is. This is the personal existence view, the confusion, the misunderstanding. Because when somebody says something about this body, you might get angry. You might get frustrated, right? So that's the confusion that the mind has with personal existence view and in the unenlightened state, right? So here's another way you can independently verify that there is no self. Sometimes I ask students, I'll say, point to yourself. Where are you? Can you point? Where are you? Nobody's pointing. Okay, Diego's pointing here. You're pointing there too, right? Okay. Yeah, this is where people will usually point, either here or here. Okay. Well, we need to look at what we're pointing to. If you're saying you are here, what are you pointing to? Pointing to a shirt. That's what you're pointing to, right? So if I took off my shirt and I held it up, is that me? Is that who I am? That shirt that you're wearing? Is that you? Diego says no. The shirt's not you, right? Okay, so let's throw away the shirt. That's not you. Okay, where are you? Someone might point again. What are we pointing to? We're pointing to skin. Okay, so if I take off the skin and I hold it up, is that me? Is that who I am? Are you that skin that you have? Is that who you are? That skin? Is that you? No? That skin's not you? Okay, so let's get rid of the skin. Where are you? Point. Right? So someone might point again. Well, we've got muscle tissue, we've got bones, we've got organs, we've got fluids. None of that stuff is you. But the mind keeps thinking, because of its confusion, its misunderstanding, that there's something here that's you. Right? So the mind's going to keep clinging to this, thinking that this is who you are. Right? So sometimes when I teach this, someone says, well, if I'm not the body and I'm not the mind, then what am I? That's the mind keep grasping and trying to hold on to something. It's trying to cling to something and identify this as who you are. But these things are constantly changing. As soon as you try to grab onto something as this is who you are, as soon as that changes, and it will change because of impermanence, your mind's going to be shaken up by that. So your mind might be continually grasping until you realize non-self. You need to train your mind to get to the point where you realize that this body nor this mind is you, and that's not who you are. And this is part of the training. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pause and see if you guys have questions on this before I move on further. So if you have questions here, if you guys could get the microphones, and then for those of you guys online, you can put your questions into Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom, or you can raise your hand in Zoom and ask any questions that you like. So do you guys have any questions? Yeah, you can get some microphones. You're welcome to help yourself. Yeah. Don't be shy. All right, James, go ahead.
So to answer the question, who am I, would your answer be, I don't exist? Would that be what the answer would be then?
That's the thing that we usually say, but when we say that, it's to think that there is no being in existence. There is a being in existence. There's a human being sitting here. I can see it, right? There's flesh, there's skin, there's ears, there's eyes. There's a human being sitting here. So this being does exist, but none of that is you. So if you've ever identified with this body as who you are, sometimes people have, for example, eating disorders where they want to be perceived by others in a certain way. And now it promotes an eating disorder or something like this where they have difficulties with their self-image. So you can get free of all of this where you're no longer trying to be perceived by other people in a certain way. And you can just be perfectly comfortable in this skin and just understand that this is going to change. You're not going to look like this permanently. Things are going to constantly change. So there is a being in existence, but there is no you here. There's nothing you can point to that says, this is me. This is who I am. As soon as you do that, the mind is going to end up in discontentedness. In fact, people come to Thailand in search of themselves. They will say, I need to find my true self. Right? Someone will come to Thailand, or they might go to other parts of the world. They say, I don't even know who I am anymore. I need to go find myself. This is a very common thing. And I can tell you that they're not going to find themselves in Thailand. It's not possible because it's not here. There is no self. So they're not going to be able to find themselves in Thailand. What you'll find in Thailand is you might find new friends, you might find new hobbies, you might find new activities, you might even find a new job. But none of that is you. As soon as you cling to any of that as being you, then as long as that's intact, you'll feel great. But then when things change, you'll be back to the same old problem. I don't even know who I am anymore, right? So you might go through this period of time for 5 years that you think that you know who you are, but then when things start changing, you'll be lost and confused. And now you need to go on another journey to find yourself. So you might find a new hobby, new activities, new friends, new job, but none of that stuff is you. It's not who you are as a person, because those things are constantly changing. So there isn't any one fixed thing that you can grab onto and you can say, this is who I am. So there is a being in existence, but the Buddha is teaching you that none of this is who you are. Not only your body and your mind, but even your choices and decisions, even your feelings and your perceptions. Sometimes people have certain feelings, and this is the problem in the unenlightened state, is we say things like, I am angry. Well, I am not angry because there's no I here. The mind is experiencing anger. That's what's truly happening. Or we might say, I am hungry. Well, that's not actually true because there's no I here. What's truly happening is the body needs food, right? Or someone might say, I have a headache. Well, I don't have a headache because there's no I here. The head hurts. That's what you're really experiencing. So in the unenlightened state, with our lack of wisdom, we speak in ways that reinforces this I. And this is one of the challenges with the English language, is that our language is kind of unfitting to really describe true reality. In the Thai language, if you know Thai language, we tend to speak in the third person. So like when my son comes home from school, I will say, how was Bailan's day at school? Or I will say, is Bailan hungry? Would Bailan like to eat food? Or what would Bailan like for dinner, right? So you're typically speaking in the third person. In Thailand, it's very easy to be able to understand because this language of Thai has been informed by Buddhism. Buddhism has been around for 800 to 1200 years. So the Thai language, as it was being created, was based on the understanding that there is no self here. So when they speak, they tend to speak in the third person. They very rarely will say, like, I want to do this. They will say, David would like to go to the movies. Would you like to come with David to the movies, right? So our language of English, we have to really kind of work at it to kind of rewire our mind to think as if there is no self here, but there is a being in existence. Mm-hmm. You have a question?
So is it a common, I think people might go for the sort of identification of self as this sort of sum of karmic imprints that we carry instead, which is obviously also changing, but something that we've been picking up along the way and are still picking up. But I guess where I'm heading is like, isn't that a more common, at least in my experience, misconception of like heading there to have something to cling to as self, like that sum of deeds that we've done that we carry and still give consequences. And second, I'm curious why you came to discontentedness instead of unsatisfaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the mind is accumulating this personal existence view all the way through your life from the very beginning. And we even here, right? Like somebody might say, I am Buddhist, right? They might even try to attach that label to themselves. And you need to be able to get rid of all of this and realize that it's not serving you, that it's only going to cause discontentedness. Because even if you grasp to the identity of I am Buddhist, well, if someone says, all Buddhists are friendly and loving and kind, and oh, it's so great to be around Buddhists, you're like, oh, I'm Buddhist, they're talking about me. But then it's only a matter of time before somebody says something degrading and disparaging, right? Like, all Buddhists are horrible, they're going to hell, they're blah, 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 right? They're going to talk about all these things. And now if you identify that way, you're going to experience discontentedness. So you need to be able to get to the point where you don't associate with any of these labels. We even have things like, if we choose to use drugs and alcohol in the past and we go away to something like AA or NA, we're taught, I am an alcoholic. And now we label ourselves that way. And I understand why they do that, because they would like to be sure that you never go back to drinking again, right? That's what you need to be able to do. But if you identify yourself through these decisions that you've made in the past, this can be very degrading and self-defeating in your day-to-day life. If you identify with, I am an alcoholic, and now you kind of adopt that type of thinking, this can be really detrimental to your mind. So you would like to get rid of any of this I am. As soon as the mind identifies with an I am, whatever comes after that is just the mind clinging to a self, trying to cling to a personal existence view. And it's part of the ego, what we refer to as the ego. And you ultimately need to dissolve and eliminate the ego in order to get to enlightenment. So as long as this is still there, as long as there's an I am in the mind, you can't get to peace and joy, because as soon as things start changing, you'll be frustrated and agitated or annoyed. So I don't use unsatisfactoriness. I use, because when the mind is experiencing happiness and excitement, someone probably wouldn't say they were unsatisfied. Right? At that point, when someone's happy because they got a raise at work, they wouldn't say they were unsatisfied in that situation. But their mind is discontent. Their mind is shaken up at that moment. And now if they get a raise, they get so happy. But now let's just say the company's gone through a downturn and they don't get a raise the next year. They'll be sad. They'll be frustrated. So you need to be able to see these pleasant feelings as just as much a part of the problem as the painful ones. Because as long as you allow the mind to get the conditional happiness, you can't ever get to the unconditioned happiness. So the discontentedness explains this shaking up of the mind, this instability of the mind where it's shaken up rather than unsatisfactoriness. Any other questions here? Oh, Claire, I think you had a question, yeah?
I feel like you're nibbling around the edges of this, but I wonder if there's a little bit more practical application you could offer us. Like, how would you incorporate this practice into how would I incorporate this practice into my life? I hear you saying there's no I here. That's maybe one solution. Any other tips you could give us?
Yeah, there's an entire class, an entire chapter in this book that I talk about the ego in personal existence view, and I give you all these things of how to shed the personal existence view. I'll just give you a couple of examples now, but I would encourage you to read Volume 1, Chapter 16. That's where you're going to learn the most about personal existence view and how to proactively eliminate it. Because the mind's clinging to this self-image and the self-identity with personal existence view, some of the things you can do to shed it in a proactive way is you can do things like wear simple clothes. Because the mind's going to want to be perceived by others in a certain way. If you've ever stood in front of your closet or your clothes and like, who am I going to see today? And how do I want to be perceived? And now you kind of go through your clothes and you pick that perfect shirt and you pick that perfect pants. That's the personal existence view. So you would like to get to a point where you're not giving the mind the opportunity to be perceived in the world by others in a certain way. So if you either wear simple clothes, like all the same clothes every single day, that's one way to do it. But some people aren't interested in going to buy brand new clothes. So if that's the case, all you need to do is take your current clothes and stack them up and now just pick off the top. And don't allow the mind to choose. Now, of course, if you're going to immigration or you're going to a job interview, those people might be judging you in a certain way, so you would like to wear certain clothes, but that's only like 1% of the situations. But 99% of the situations, you can just pick off the top and wear whatever is on top. Where what the mind's going to want to do is going to want to pull from the middle of the stack because you're wanting to be perceived by somebody in a certain way. But if you don't give the mind the opportunity to choose that, and you can just peel off the top, more and more the mind just can be comfortable going out into the world wearing anything. Other things we do is we don't wear jewelry because that's the mind wanting to be perceived by others in a certain way. some people choose to shave their hair, but not everybody has to shave their hair in order to get to enlightenment, in order to realize non-self. But that is something that will accelerate your ability to get to the elimination of personal existence views by shaving the hair, getting rid of all the jewelry, and wearing simple clothes, or picking off the top of your stack. Those are the things that are very significant. But there's other things too. Like, you're going to need to probably modify your language a bit for about 6 months or a year. Instead of like, like, I am hungry, your mind might think the body needs food. Or instead of I am thirsty, you might think the body needs water, right? Instead of I am going to the movies, might be let's go to the movies or something like this. But you can kind of do that in 95% of the cases. But there's some cases where you can't really modify your language like this. Like, if I was to say, this is my son, Bailan, right? Like, people would be like, oh, okay, that's his son, Bailan. But if I was to say, like, this is the being that I contributed sperm to 13 years ago in order to create him, you'd be like, huh? Like, this guy's weird. Like, I don't know if I'm interested in getting to enlightenment if I'm going to talk that way, right? So in order to interact in the world and be understood, there's probably like 5% of the times where you still might need to use the I, but your mind understands that this isn't me, this isn't who I am. So while I might say, this is my son, Bailan, I know that he's not mine. He doesn't belong to me. He is his own independent being. He does his own things. He makes his own decisions. I'm here to guide him as a parent, but it's him making those decisions for himself. So you would like to get to the point where you modify your language a bit. And this is going to help your mind to come into more understanding of this body isn't you and this mind isn't you. Okay. And there's other things you'll see in the book too. Yep. And I usually teach a whole class on that. Yeah. Feel free to get a mic. Got it? Okay, good.
Just have a question: how to get motivated to do something if we don't tend to feel the happiness and sad? Then we can just like meditate, right? We can just sitting. Like, where the motivation come from? Oh, I want to go maybe bungee jump or go develop something, invent something for the world. If I not feel the happiness or excitement to do that.
Yeah. So that's what the unenlightened mind is typically doing, is it's operating through its cravings, desires, attachments, which you guys are going to learn about next. And by you operating through that, you get happiness. And that's what motivates you to do certain things in the unenlightened state. The mind's either chasing after things, or it's either dull and lethargic and sitting over here and not feeling like it wants to do anything at all. But there's this middle way. There's this middle way is where you shed the cravings, desires, attachments, and you can pursue things out of wise decision making, where you pursue a goal, objective, or interest, and you don't form your inner feelings on this. So, like, for example, like, I'm interested in sharing the teachings to help you guys to understand how to have harmonious relationships and to get to enlightenment. I'm interested in sharing those teachings, but I don't get happy to come here and teach. My happiness isn't based on teaching. I'm already happy before I ever come here each morning, and I'm happy when I leave. If there's one person who shows up to learn, or there's many people like now, okay, my mind is unaffected by one person or no people. If there were some days when I first started teaching, I would show up and there was nobody here to learn because they didn't even know I was teaching, right? Because I had just started. And I needed to be sure I wasn't forming my feelings on that. So you would like to get to a point where you have an interest, you have a goal, you have an objective to do certain things, but you're not doing it in order to get the happy feelings. You're doing it because it's a wise decision and you know that it's wise, and you have enthusiasm and ambition and motivation to do those things. This is the middle way that the mind in the unenlightened state doesn't know how to do, because it's so used to chasing after things, and it's doing these things because it wants pleasure. But more and more, as you learn how to scale that back and you learn how to pursue things as a goal, objective, or interest out of wise decision making, you'll see that this is something that you're able to do. But right now, the mind doesn't see how to do that on a day-to-day basis. But this is something that you can learn through the Eightfold Path as I teach it to you. More and more, you'll be able to learn how to pursue things with ambition and enthusiasm based in wise decision-making rather than the craving for pleasant feelings. Mm-hmm. And it's the Eightfold Path that's going to teach you how to do that. So I need to teach you the whole thing. Okay? So we have some questions coming in here on YouTube. If a bad thought or the mere thought of a bad thought is considered bad karma, then how is it that the concept of no self, that bad thought is not yours, as why should it create bad karma? Okay, so this is going into some things that we haven't necessarily talked about yet, like the natural law of karma. But if you're having an unwholesome thought in the mind, that's not who you are as a person. So that's why I was saying, like, with the mind is angry, it's not that I am angry, it's the mind is experiencing anger. That's the way you would like to think about it. That thought is not you, but this being who's here is experiencing that. So while there is a body, there is a mind, and they've come together for this existence, and we refer to this as a person. That isn't you. It's not who you are. But this being is experiencing the unwholesome thought. And you would like to be able to purify this from the mind, right? So it's just like, this body isn't you, but it's wise to take care of it, right? It's wise to eat healthy food. It's wise to go to the gym, because this being is experiencing the results of any decisions that you make related to your food intake, related to whether you exercise or not. So you can understand that this body isn't you, but it's wise to take care of it. And it's the same thing as you can understand that these thoughts and ideas in the mind, it's not you and it's not who you are, but it's wise to purify that so that you don't have to experience those unwholesome thoughts. So that's the best way to kind of help you to understand that at this point. Let me see if we have any questions on Facebook. Looks like Jose is asking a question here. Hello, David. I wanted to say thank you for all your efforts in teaching us about Buddhism. I enjoy the first class and the new start of the group learning program. I can definitely see how I can greatly benefit from these teachings. I like how you explain things so simple and even tell us the teachings that others teach that aren't correct. You're welcome. I'm pleased to help you. Okay, so looks like that's all the questions here. Okay. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move into teaching you one more thing that you need in order to understand the Four Noble Truths, and then I'll explain to you the Four Noble Truths. This is another building block. This is called craving, desire, attachment. This is the wants and the expectations, the grasping, the holding. The way that you can think about this is the mind pulling in the direction of the objects of its affection. It's longing, it's yearning. It's like an unquenchable thirst. The mind is chasing after the next new shiny object, waiting around the corner, thinking that that's going to make something so wonderful in your life. It's like the mind thinks that these external objects are going to provide some lasting satisfaction. So the mind chases it and chases it and chases it. A craving, desire, attachment is the longing, the yearning inside the mind. So if you've ever been in the mall and you saw some brand new pair of shoes or brand new jewelry or like a computer or a new phone, and you're like, oh, I just got to have that. Oh, I just can't wait to get that. Oh, I really want that so badly. It's not the object itself that I'm talking about with craving, desire, attachment. It's the mind longing, yearning, and pulling towards it, thinking that this thing is going to provide some kind of lasting satisfaction. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Diego says yes. If you don't, let me know, because this is very important that you understand what a craving, desire, attachment is. It's the longing and the yearning, the pulling towards something, the thinking that something external is going to provide lasting satisfaction. It's not the object itself. So the craving, desire, attachment isn't the phone. It's the longing, the yearning for the phone, wanting this phone and thinking that somehow it's going to provide lasting satisfaction. That's the craving, desire, attachment. Okay? Everybody good with this? You understand the craving, desire, attachment? Yes, sir.
Easy for me to understand craving, desire, and attachment for something like material, such as a phone, but what about like for example, as a teacher, I crave or desire order in the classroom. Is that also like, would that qualify under this?
So it's not the fact that the mind would like to see order in the classroom. It's the craving, desire, attachment. It's the expectation of it. That's what's going to cause you problems, as you're going to see in the Four Noble Truths. So I also like it when students are polite and kind and friendly, respectful in the classroom too, but I don't expect it. So that way, when someone does show up occasionally who's disrespectful, I don't get upset, because I don't have any expectation. I don't have a longing, yearning that everybody's going to be a certain way, because I understand impermanence, and I understand some people are polite and kind and friendly and respectful and other people aren't. And it's not that you're interested. You can have an interest, you can have a goal, you can have an objective that you have a classroom function a certain way. But as soon as you expect it, as soon as you want it, you can only be happy when you get what you want. And then when you're not getting what you want, you'll be angry or frustrated, or what you said yesterday was pissed.
So it doesn't just have to be like a material thing. It can be like something else that you crave or are attached to, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't have to just be a material, physical object. It can be something like that. So it's not the object itself. It's not that you want, it's not that you're interested in having order in the classroom. It's that the mind is wanting it and longing for it. The mind is an expert at wanting and longing and yearning. So I'll give you this example so you can see that it's not the object itself. Let's just say that you were in a car and you were headed towards a hiking trail, and you took a liter of water with you in the car. And now you went down the trailhead, and 30 minutes into your hike, you're like, oh my goodness, oh, my water. I got to get my water. I forgot my water. And you try to hightail it back to your car. You sling open the car door, you twist your ankle, you grab the water. You're like, water. In this case, the person's craving. They're having desire. They're having attachment. Their mind is longing, yearning for the water. Because there could be another person out on the trail, and they're like, I forgot my water. I'm going to be out here for a while. I'm going to be out here for like 6 or 8 hours. I should probably go get my water. And now they just calmly make their way back to their car, and they go get their water, and then they get their water and they move on with their hike, and they go on for the rest of the day. Right? In this situation, the person isn't attached to their water. They're not having craving, desire, attachment. So your mind can actually have craving for anything and everything, whether it's a material object like water, or whether it's like order in a classroom, or your mom treating you a certain way, or your dad treating you a certain way. You can have a craving, desire, attachment for anything and everything. The mind is a master in the unenlightened state of having these cravings, desires, attachments. And that's what we're going to be talking about next in the Four Noble Truths, is explaining how this is a big problem. This is a cause of the problem. Okay, so all right, I don't see any questions anywhere else. All right, so, we have a question? All right, go ahead, Claire.
So I hear you that there's a difference between wanting the water because you know you need it for your health, and being frantic about wanting the water, and we're putting that in the craving, desire, attachment category. But for example, in a difficult relationship, poor mothers get battered in this class, but with my mother, it was very, very hard to be with her, and over time I really wanted it to be different, but I didn't want to split with her. So is it just a matter of shifting your thoughts, or what's the practical application? How do you get from the craving, desire, attachment, in my case, being pissed at my mom all the time, to just being in my mom's presence?
You got to get rid of that word want. I want my mom to be this way. I want this particular thing. That's part of that's the mind craving, desire, attachment, because I want it. What you would like to do is like, I would prefer to have a healthy relationship with my mom. I would like to see me and my mom get along. I would like to see it where we can have a relationship where we're cordial and friendly and polite and respectful with each other. But as soon as you want it and you expect it, then you can only be happy if you get it. And if you don't get it, you're going to be sad or angry or frustrated. So you got to get rid of that word want and realize that a relationship has baseline needs. You need politeness, kindness, friendliness, and respect in a relationship to be healthy. But as soon as you expect that or want that, that's where you set yourself up to fail. That's where you sabotage your mind, because every single person is incapable of being polite, kind, friendly, and respectful. So you got to get rid of that word want and get rid of that expectation that someone will be a certain way. That's what'll sabotage you, because you'll only be happy when you get what you want, and you won't be when you don't get it. That's what the Four Noble Truths is now going to explain to you. Okay. All right. So now let's go into the Four Noble Truths, and I'll explain this to you. This is 4 simple statements that's going to explain to you the problem in the mind, the cause of the problem, the elimination of it, and the path forward. And this is something that you can also independently verify. Okay, so the first noble truth is explaining that everyone that is unenlightened will experience discontentedness. This is the problem, the discontentedness, the mind going up and down and up and down, the pleasant feelings, the painful feelings, the neither painful nor pleasant. This is the problem that the unenlightened mind is experiencing. The cause of that problem is in the second noble truth. Discontentedness is caused by our own cravings, desires, attachments, because the mind wants everything to be permanent when everything in the world is impermanent. So I'm going to say that a couple times, and I'm going to give you some examples. So the discontentedness, the pleasant feelings, painful feelings, and neither painful nor pleasant, is caused by craving, desire, attachment, the longing, the yearning, the chasing after the objects of your affection. If the mind gets what it wants, it gets happy. But if it doesn't get what it wants, it gets those painful feelings like anger, sadness, frustration, and others, because the mind is craving for things to be permanent, when in reality, everything is impermanent. Okay, so the mind's longing, yearning, and if it gets what it wants, it's happy. But if it doesn't get what it wants, it gets angry or sad or frustrated. It's craving permanence, wanting things to be a certain way. So here's some examples to help you understand this. Let's say you're in that relationship that you've come together with a boyfriend or girlfriend. When you guys first got together, you probably had all kinds of pleasant feelings because you were maybe craving affection. Maybe you were craving intimacy. Maybe you were craving a relationship with someone close. And when you guys first got together, you were so happy. Oh, it felt so great. You were going to the movies, you're going to dinner, you're going to the park, you're having great conversations. You might have had intimate contact together. Oh, it felt so wonderful, right? But somewhere along the line, you started having all these expectations and you started wanting this person to be a certain way. And they started wanting you to be a certain way. And you couldn't fulfill their expectations all the time. And they couldn't fulfill your expectations all the time. When they did what you wanted, you got happy. But when they didn't do what you wanted, you got angry or sad or frustrated, right? This is the mind craving permanence. You guys broke up and ended the relationship. And you might have missed this person. You might have felt lonely or bored at different times. You might have been angry or sad or frustrated at different times. This is the mind holding on, craving permanence, wanting this relationship to be permanent, when in reality, this relationship was always impermanent from the very beginning. Even if you guys were together for the rest of your life, more likely than not, one of you would have died first, right? And as long as your mind's craving permanence, when you experience impermanence, the mind doesn't like it. So one of the ways to say this is, yes, the mind craves permanence, but another way to say it is the mind does not like impermanence. The unenlightened mind doesn't like change. When things start changing, the mind doesn't like it. Because if the mind gets what it wants, it gets happy. But if it doesn't get what it wants, it gets these painful feelings of anger, sadness, stress, anxiety, and others. You can see this in other relationships too. Look at when grandma and grandpa died, or mom or dad, or brothers and sisters. You might have grieved. You might have felt sorrow. And then what we usually do with the lack of wisdom is we think this is coming from love. We think that because I love grandma, when she died, I felt sad. But it wasn't the love that was causing that. You guys are going to learn about what true love is in this course. It's not the love that's causing the sadness and the sorrow and the grief and the despair, because love is a genuine interest in seeing all beings be well. What's causing the painful feelings is that the mind is craving for grandma and grandpa to be permanent. They're impermanent. Because they were born, they had to die. And as long as the mind's holding on and wanting them to be permanent, the mind will struggle and it'll experience anger and sadness and frustration during that time frame. You can also look at it with a wedding. If you've had a friend or family member that got married and you went to the wedding, you or other people around you might have been crying and grieving, right? Because the mind is seeing this person go off into the world with somebody else, and you're holding on. You're wanting them to be permanent. And it's like, hold on a second. They're going out into the world with that person. They're my brother. That's my sister. That's my family member. They're mine. And now when they go off into the world with somebody else, someone might grieve at a wedding, right? This should be a joyful time. This person's going out into the world, creating a new life with a new person. But no, people can be crying and grieving sometimes at a wedding, not because of love. Because if it was love, you'd be happy that they're going off into the world. That's the craving, desire, attachment that's causing that. Or if you've ever been dropped off at university or college and you or your parents were crying during that period of time, that was the mind holding on and wanting permanence. Or if you can think back to kindergarten or pre-K when you went to school early in life, or if you've ever seen children when they're going off to pre-K, they're crying and they're crying and they're crying. That's because they thought mom and dad were permanent and they were holding on to mom and dad. And now when they're going off to school, they start crying and they're upset, right? You can see this in other parts of your life too. If you ever bought a brand new thing, like a brand new car, and you bought that brand new car and you felt so happy that you got that brand new car, if you park it at a store and you go inside and you come out and there's a scratch on the car and you're frustrated or you're angry, it's not the scratch that's causing the anger or the frustration. And it's not the person who scratched your car. That's not what's causing the anger and frustration. What's causing it is this craving, this desire, this attachment, this longing, this yearning, wanting this car to be beautiful permanently. The mind is craving for this car to be permanent, when in reality it is impermanent. The paint's going to fade, the upholstery is going to get ripped and torn, the tires are going to need to be changed. This is all impermanence. But as long as your mind is craving permanence, when the paint starts to fade or you get a scratch or something on the car, this is going to produce frustration or agitation or some other discontent feeling in the mind. Now, we're not talking about what's wise or unwise, because when we walk through a parking lot, we aspire not to scratch anybody's car. That's what we try to do, right? But undoubtedly, something is going to happen to this car, right? Somebody's going to be pushing a shopping cart, the wind is going to blow or something, and boom, we've got a scratch on our car. It's going to happen. It's only a matter of time. Whereas if your mind craves permanence and you want this car to look permanently beautiful, when it gets a scratch, you'll be agitated or frustrated because the mind's not comfortable with impermanence. The mind lacks wisdom of the natural laws. It lacks wisdom of this universal truth of impermanence. The mind is craving permanence, when in reality you live in an impermanent world. This is the underlying cause of the problem, that the mind's craving permanence, but yet it lives in an impermanent world. Okay? So don't believe what I'm saying here. Remember, independently verify it, right? So this was the learning part of the second noble truth. But now reflect on it to independently verify it. Think about a time when you've recently been angry or sad or frustrated or agitated or annoyed or even happy or excited. If you look at those situations, there was something your mind wanted. You were longing, yearning, you were craving, you were desiring. And if you got what you want, you got happy. You got excited. But if you didn't get what you wanted, your mind was angry or sad or frustrated or irritated or some other painful feeling. So at that time, when you were experiencing that anger, whether it was this morning or yesterday or last week, you might have been looking for someone else to blame. That's usually what the mind does in the unenlightened state with its lack of wisdom. It will look for someone else to blame these feelings on, because it's got to be someone else that's causing you to be angry because you're perfect, right? That's the way the ego thinks, is that you are perfect. It's everybody else that's causing these feelings. Because what I'm teaching you is that your mind is causing your own feelings, right? So look at a recent situation when you've been angry or sad or frustrated. Now, at that time, you might have been looking for someone else to blame. But look at it with these fresh eyes. What was it that your mind wanted? And if you would have got it, you would have been happy. But because you didn't get what you wanted, you got angry or sad or frustrated. Can you see it? You can see it, right? You can see your mind is causing your own discontent feelings, where we go around with this lack of wisdom, firmly believing that other people are causing us to be angry or sad or frustrated. This is the lack of wisdom that the mind has in the unenlightened state. And with that lack of wisdom, what we will tend to do when we experience painful feelings is we will tend to push people away, or we'll push a situation away. You might have pushed people away out of your life, thinking that that was going to solve the problem. But it didn't solve the problem. That's why you still get angry. You still get frustrated. You still get annoyed. Because if this person was the problem, when you push them out of your life, you would have solved your problem, because they were the cause of your problem. And now when you push them out of your life, you wouldn't get angry or sad or frustrated any longer, right? So that's how you can see that this person wasn't the problem. They might have been doing something that was unwise, but pushing them out of your life didn't solve your anger. It didn't solve your frustration and your agitation. This is called aversion. When you're pushing something away, you're either pushing a person away or you're pushing a situation away, thinking that that's going to solve the problem. The other thing the unenlightened mind will do with its lack of wisdom of these Four Noble Truths is when you experience painful feelings, you might be bitter and harsh and hostile towards people through your intentions, your speech, and your actions. It's almost like an animal growling and roaring at another human being, trying to fear them into doing things your way. The mind's like, "Rrr," right? You might start being bitter and harsh and hostile towards people. And in this situation, you can't live harmoniously with all beings, because those people are going to choose to leave out of your life. So if you didn't push people away, if you're bitter and harsh and hostile to them, they might choose to leave out of your life because they're not interested in being around that hostility and that bitterness. Or the third thing that you'll do when the mind lacks wisdom of the Four Noble Truths is you might put your expectations on people and try to control people. You might have been in arguments where you were adamantly trying to convince somebody that they were doing something that was making you angry, and they needed to stop doing what they were doing. This is what we do with the lack of wisdom. We push people away, we're bitter, harsh, and hostile, and we put our expectations on people and try to control them and get them to do things our way. And as long as you're doing this, you can't live harmoniously with all beings. So that's why I need to teach you this at the very beginning of our course. Because in this situation, people have to do things your way. And if they do things your way, you can be happy, right? But there's only one person in the world that's going to do things your way. Do you know who that is? You. That's the only person, right? Because everybody in the world has had different experiences, and because of impermanence, not everyone's going to make decisions in the same way as you. So if you can only be harmonious in relationships when people do things your way, you can only be with one person, and that's it. You might even find that challenging sometimes. When you're alone with yourself, you might even find that challenging, right? So you need to be able to understand that the feelings that you're experiencing is being caused by craving, desire, attachment. It's within your own mind. And now you can practice this, that instead of looking for someone else to blame for the feelings that you experience, is look inward. When you get angry, when you get frustrated, when you get sad or any other discontent feeling, look inward and try to figure out, what are my cravings? What are my desires? What am I wanting here that I'm not getting? Because as long as you blame other people and you keep pushing people away, be bitter, harsh, and hostile, and put your expectations on people, you'll never actually solve your problem, because that's not the actual cause of the problem. The real cause is within your own mind. So if you can look inward and you can uncover what are your cravings, desires, attachments, and you eliminate those, that's what's going to solve it. So that's why tomorrow I'm going to teach you how to identify your cravings, how to figure out what is it that your mind is actually craving in any particular situation. Okay? Because the third noble truth is explaining to you how to solve this. The way to solve all of this is to eliminate your craving, desire, attachment. If you can eliminate the cravings, desires, attachments, you'll eliminate your discontentedness. This is why you can get to enlightenment, because your mind is causing it. If it was everybody else that was causing your discontentedness, you have to train 8 billion people to do things your way, because you can only be happy when things are being done your way. So that's a big training program. You're going to really have to launch that and really get your centers up and running all over the world to teach people to do things your way. Or you could just train one mind. That's the other option. You could train 8 billion minds, and there's more and more people being born all the time. So you're going to have a massive training program, or you could just train one mind. Do you know whose mind you need to train? Your own mind. That's it. And that's going to be challenging enough. So we don't have to go out into the world and train other people to do things our way. You just need to train your mind to be comfortable with this impermanence, to train your mind to eliminate the craving for permanence and wanting everybody to be a certain way. That's why the Buddha was able to get to enlightenment. He didn't have to go out and train other people to do things his way. He just trained his mind to understand these things that I'm teaching you, right? And the way that he did that is with the fourth noble truth. The path to eliminating discontentedness is the eightfold path. That's the path that leads to the elimination of discontentedness. When you learn the eightfold path, this is the complete perfect plan that's going to eliminate all your discontentedness. Okay, so these are the four noble truths. Discontentedness is the problem. The cause of that is craving, desire, attachment. The elimination of it is to eliminate craving, desire, attachment. And the eightfold path is going to teach you how to eliminate craving, desire, attachment. This is what we refer to as right view. Right view is the first step on the path to enlightenment. Because if you have right view, then you understand the real problem is within your own mind. And now you need to train it in order to get to peace and joy. If you had wrong view would be to blame other people for the feelings that you're experiencing. And as long as you blame other people for what you're experiencing, you'll never be able to make wise decisions to improve the condition of your mind and get to peace and joy. So that's why the Buddha starts you off with right view. You need to have right view. In order to eliminate the discontent feelings, you need to understand what's causing them. Okay, so that's why we start with right view. That's the foundation. Then these other steps, which aren't going to take me this long to teach you, they're actually quite straightforward, is right intention is the next step. This emanates from right view. That here the Buddha says, in what, monks, is right intention? The intention of renunciation, the intention of non-ill will, the intention of harmlessness. This, monks, is called right intention. So there's three aspects here. The intention of renunciation, which is to give up and let go of your false beliefs, your false opinions, your false views. Let those go. You're going to need to gradually let those go because you're going to be confronted with wisdom that conflicts with what you currently believe. So you're not getting rid of your false beliefs and replacing it with new beliefs. That's not what you're doing. You're getting rid of your false beliefs by cultivating wisdom. When you cultivate wisdom, you'll then know what's true. One of the first beliefs that you need to get rid of is the belief that other people are causing you to be angry. You need to get rid of that belief, right? Because that's a belief that the mind's held on to for a really long time. So you need to be able to see true reality. So when you get the wisdom of the Four Noble Truths and these other teachings, when you see that wisdom and you're independently verifying it, you need to get rid of these false beliefs and opinions that you have, because that's what's causing the mind to have the lack of wisdom, and that's what's causing the mind to be shaken up. So this craving, desire, attachment, by you understanding the truth that that's what's causing the mind to be discontent, you can now practice the intention of renunciation. Essentially have an open mind and be willing to bring in this wisdom and get rid of this unwholesomeness and these false beliefs and these false opinions. Then there's the intention of non-ill will. What ill will is the animosity, the bitterness, the harshness, and the hostility. Non-ill will is the opposite of that. that's a double negative. So non-ill will is the same as goodwill. So you would like to have the intention of goodwill, which is loving kindness, where you have a genuine interest in seeing all beings be well, active goodwill towards all beings. And then you need the intention of harmlessness, where you're disinterested and incapable of causing harm to other beings. As long as you're causing harm to others, this harm is going to come back to you. So you're going to need the intention of harmlessness, where you're disinterested and incapable of causing harm to others. Because whatever you put out, it's going to come back to you. Okay, so these are the three intentions: the intention of renunciation, the intention of non-ill will, and the intention of harmlessness. And this is sometimes translated as right thinking or right thought. You might have heard that before, because that's what you're doing, is you're developing the thinking or the thought that I'm going to be willing to let go of my false beliefs and opinions. I'm going to be willing to have the thinking or the thought of goodwill towards all beings, and I'm going to have the thinking or the thought or the intention of harmlessness, where I'm disinterested or incapable of causing harm to others. And this is what you would like to cultivate in your mind more and more as part of right intention. So just to summarize this, is right view is the Four Noble Truths, which is what we just talked about: the problem, the cause, the elimination, and the path forward. But another way you can also look at what the Buddha is teaching as part of right view and the Four Noble Truths is he's teaching you to accept responsibility for your own feelings, your own emotions. As long as you blame your feelings and emotions on others, you're practicing wrong view. You need to be able to see very clearly that any feelings or emotions that you're experiencing, it's coming from your own mind. And then this is going to help you to establish right view. Take responsibility for your feelings, your intentions, your speech, and your actions, the things that you choose to do. You need to be able to accept responsibility for that. But ultimately, right view is the Four Noble Truths: understanding the problem, the cause, which is craving, desire, attachment, the elimination, which is to eliminate craving, desire, attachment, and the path forward, which is the Eightfold Path. And then right intention is practicing the intention of renunciation, which is the willingness to let go, the intention of non-ill will or goodwill, which is loving kindness, and then practicing the intention of harmlessness, where you're disinterested or incapable of causing harm to others. Okay, so any questions on the wisdom section of the Eightfold Path? Yes, sir.
Could I look at it this way? Like, you become enlightened, kind of like you're chipping away at some like old paint, and like, for example, maybe for these few months, I eliminate my craving for material things, and then for the next few months, I might work on eliminating my cravings for for something, from some of my relationships with my parents or something. And then I just slowly chip away at my cravings and desires. Like, would that be kind of like getting towards enlightenment in this way?
Yes, but it's going to take more than a couple months.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure.
But that's a great analogy. Essentially, what the mind's been doing is it's been accumulating all these layers of paint. We call that conditioning of the mind. The mind's been conditioned to think and believe in a certain way. And now what you're doing is you're purifying the mind, you're unconditioning it, and you're getting back to the natural state of the mind. So the way you can think about enlightenment is it's kind of like the sun is shining, right? So the natural state of the mind is for the mind to shine and be bright and brilliant in this natural state of peace and joy. But what we've done over the course of our lives is this clouds have come in and blocked the sun. This is the pollution that the Buddha talks about. And what you're doing is you're getting rid of that pollution so that the sun can shine through and you can experience the brightness and the radiance. So you could also think of it in a painting analogy, that you've been layering all these coats of paint, but you would like to get back to the natural surface of the object. And by peeling away all those layers of paint, you get back to the natural surface. And then you can see the natural beauty of the mind. That's what you're ultimately getting to. Okay. All right. I don't see any questions online anywhere, or there might be something here. Let's see what this is. So someone's saying the clinging is the suffering. That's not true. It's that the clinging is causing the suffering, if you'd like to use that word. I use the word discontent, discontented, and discontentedness because it's not just the painful feelings that you're looking at, it's all conditioned feelings. So it's not that the clinging is the suffering, it's that the craving and clinging causes the suffering. So as long as your mind's craving and clinging, wanting things to be a certain way permanently, but yet you live in an impermanent world, you can only be happy when you get things your way. So you would like to get to the point where you don't have that craving and clinging. Okay? All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a little break. We actually went a little bit longer spending time to talk about this than normal, but that's okay because I just let these classes go wherever they need to go. But if you guys could just take maybe like a 15-minute break, which will take us up to 11:40. Then when we come back, I'll teach you guys the remaining part of the Eightfold Path, which is the moral conduct and mental discipline section. So enjoy your break, and I'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to continue on with our journey here along the Eightfold Path to help you guys to understand more about this core central teaching of the Buddha. We're going to be moving into this moral conduct section of the Eightfold Path now that we've talked about the wisdom section. And whenever you're learning moral conduct from the Buddha, it's important to understand that what he's teaching you is the natural law of karma. He's not giving you rules or commandments of what you should or shouldn't be doing, because it's your life, it's your decisions, and it's your results. But whatever you choose to do, either wisely or unwisely, it's going to produce either wholesome results or wholesome karma, or unwholesome results or unwholesome karma. So what the Buddha is exposing you to in the moral conduct section is how to make wise decisions that is going to produce wholesome results for your life, that is going to help you to promote harmonious relationships. So he's not giving you rules or commandments. Everything that he's teaching you in the Eightfold Path is guiding you to eliminate craving, desire, attachment, that longing, that yearning, that whenever you're making decisions through craving, desire, attachment, it's going to produce unwholesome results or unwholesome karma. So when you see me talking about right speech, right action, and right livelihood, this moral conduct, he's guiding you to eliminate your craving, desire, attachment, and build harmonious relationships based on the natural laws of existence. You'll see what I mean as we get going here. But the way to think about this natural law of karma is cause and effect, or action and result, the results of your decisions. It's not anything mystical or magical. It's not a dark cloud that's following you around. It's none of that. There's no being that's overseeing this. It's not punishments and rewards. It's literally cause and effect, or a sequence of events that when you make a decision, either wisely or unwisely, it's going to produce either wholesome results or wholesome karma, or if you make an unwise decision, it's going to produce unwholesome results or unwholesome karma. It's really that simple and that straightforward. There's other classes where I go into more detail about the natural law of karma, but here with the moral conduct section, you're going to be learning about the natural law of karma through the Eightfold Path. He's going to be showing you how to speak in ways that is going to produce the most wholesome benefits for you, the most wholesome results in your life. Whether you choose to do these things or not, it's up to you. But you're going to be able to learn this, reflect on it to independently verify it, and then as you practice it, you're going to see the results for yourself that it's actually working. So here with this first one, under right speech, the Buddha says, in what, monks, is right speech? Refraining from lying, refraining from slander, refraining from harsh speech, refraining from frivolous speech. This is called right speech. Behind each one of these four types of speech is a craving, desire, attachment. When an individual is lying, there's a certain craving that an individual has. There's something that the mind wants. And if you tell the truth, you're not going to get what you want. So the mind will lie in order to be able to get what you want. You can look at this from your own life. So as long as you're lying, it's not going to promote harmonious relationships, because people are going to discover those lies. And when they find out those lies, either in your personal or professional life, it's going to impact you, because people aren't going to see you as being trustworthy and dependable and reliable. So by you speaking the truth, you'll be able to have harmonious relationships. You'll be able to eliminate your craving, desire, attachment. Your mind can be more calm, because if you've ever done a lot of lying, you know that you've had to figure out, what did I say to one person versus another person versus another person? Your mind had to obsessively figure that out. You wouldn't be able to get to the peace and joy of the enlightened mental state if you were lying. And you wouldn't be able to get to harmonious relationships either, because people are going to discover those lies and they're not going to see you as being trustworthy and dependable. So there's an underlying craving that's motivating the lying. So by you eliminating your lying and always speaking the truth, you can get to more and more peace and more joy and more harmonious relationships. The same thing with slander. Slander is like where you're trying to damage other people's reputation. So this is also referred to as gossip. What the mind has here is it has a craving. It wants to be perceived by others in a certain way. And the mind thinks, if I can slander this person, if I can degrade this person's reputation, then I will look better in front of these people. It's kind of like walking into a dark room, and the mind thinks that if I put out somebody else's candle, my candle will shine brighter, right? But the room doesn't get brighter when we put out other people's candle. It just doesn't happen. We would like everybody's candle to be shining bright, right? So we don't need to degrade and diminish people through slander and gossip. there's an underlying craving that's happening there. And if you're slandering and gossiping people, you're not going to be able to have harmonious relationships. If you've ever done any slander or gossip, you can see that when your back's turned, those people are gossiping and slandering about you, because you've gotten these people used to doing slander and gossip. And at the very least, when your back is turned, they're going to be gossiping and slandering you. If you've ever looked at certain people who do a lot of gossiping and slandering, at the very height of this, you can experience being murdered or injured or beat up. If you look at investigative reporters who are out there investigating certain people, they get on the news and they might slander or gossip somebody. Sometimes they end up dead, right? I'm not explaining to you the way the world should be. I'm explaining to you the way the world is. And if you gossip and slander about people, that's causing harm to their reputation. They're going to want to harm you too. Right? So in order to get to harmonious relationships and get rid of your own cravings, desires, attachments, you're going to need to eliminate any kind of slander or gossip. Then there's harsh speech. Harsh speech is your tone, your tempo, and your word choice. How you speak to others really matter. Because if you're speaking harsh and aggressive and bitter, there's an underlying craving that the mind has in that situation. And that's why the mind's being harsh and bitter and hostile. So you're going to need to pay attention to your tone, your tempo, and your word choice, and speak gentle. And that's going to help you eliminate your cravings, desires, attachments. And it's going to also help you have harmonious relationships, because people aren't going to be interested in being around you if you're harsh and bitter and hostile, whether it's a personal relationship or whether it's a professional relationship. Some people will stick around with that kind of stuff going on, but the vast majority of people, especially people who are into wholesome things, when you start being bitter and harsh and hostile, they're not going to stick around for that. So you're not going to be able to have harmonious relationships if you're having harsh speech. And there's underlying cravings that's motivating that unskillful conduct. So you would like to eliminate that. Then there's something called frivolous speech. This is sometimes referred to as idle chatter. This is where you might be just like yada, 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 yada. There's not really a conversation going on. It's really like broadcasting. And if you've ever done that, or you've ever been around someone who's done that, it's kind of like, oh my goodness, when is this person going to stop talking, right? There's an underlying craving where the mind is just talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. Well, if you do that, you're speaking in an unbeneficial way. You're not speaking purposefully. There's an underlying craving there. So you would like to eliminate any kind of frivolous speech and have a conversation with people where you talk a little bit and then you pause and let other people talk. This is going to promote harmonious relationships and eliminate craving in your own mind. Then there's something called the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. This is another teaching that plugs into the Eightfold Path that gives you more details on speech. When you're first starting on the journey of the path to enlightenment, you would like to work on these first 4. You'd like to eliminate lying, slander, harsh speech, and frivolous speech. And as you're eliminating that, you would like to start looking at the 5 factors of well-spoken speech and dial this in more and more closely. This is what's going to really promote harmonious relationships when you start communicating with people in very wise ways. So here, what the Buddha is teaching you is to speak at the proper time. What you say is true, gentle, beneficial, and with a mind of loving kindness. What it means to speak at the proper time is that you don't interrupt people. You know that you don't like it when people interrupt you, so if you went around interrupting other people, it's not going to promote harmonious relationships. Right? The other aspect of speaking at the proper time is making sure your mind is prepared to talk. If you're agitated, if you're annoyed, if you're frustrated, if you're angry, it's not the proper time to talk, because the only thing that's going to come out of your mouth is anger and hostility, and you're not interested in speaking during those time frames. Or the other aspect of proper time is making sure it's the proper time for the other person to speak. Because say you got like a notice in the mail that you haven't paid your rent, and now your roommate is coming home. They just got home from work. The last thing you're interested in doing is jumping on them and saying, hey, we forgot to pay the rent. Oh my goodness, we're going to get kicked out in 3 days if we don't pay. We got to hurry up and pay, right? This isn't the proper time. Let them come home, put their bags down, get some water, get some food, take off their shoes, rest a little bit, maybe 30 minutes, an hour in. Hey, is this a good time to talk about something that's really important? They might say, sure, what do you got? And then you can talk. But they might say, it's been a really hard day at work today. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Well, if you don't have a craving in your mind, you should be able to say, sure, we can talk about this tomorrow, right? Because you're not going to solve anything tonight anyway. So just wait until tomorrow, right? So speaking at the proper time is making sure you don't interrupt, making sure your mind is prepared to talk, and make sure that the other person's mind is prepared to talk. Then speaking the truth. This is the same as the one on the top, is that you would like to always speak the truth. Just look inward, figure out what the truth is, and speak that. Instead of spreading conspiracy theories or spreading unfounded things or things that you haven't actually experienced for yourself, just speak the truth, and you can always be at ease. Your mind can always be peaceful because you know that whatever you're saying is the truth. Then you would like to speak gentle. This is your tone, your tempo, and your word choice. You're going to need to pay attention to this. I don't know what all the different languages is that you guys speak, but I know in the English language, we really need to pay attention to our tone, our tempo, and our word choice. In the Thai language, there's words that people know you're being gentle and you're being polite. There's like specific words that we use in order to ensure that people know we're being polite and respectful and kind as we're speaking. In the English language, we used to use these kind of words too. We used to say things like yes, sir, yes, ma'am, and things like this. We can use those things, even though nowadays a lot of people don't use those. Getting to enlightenment is to arise above all that stuff. It's not to just conform to what people are currently doing in the world. It's to rise above all of that. So you might need to update your language a little bit and start using some words that you're not currently using, like yes, sir, yes, ma'am, and things like this. Thank you, please, things like this. It's going to really help you to have harmonious relationships and speak very gentle. Then you would like to look at speaking beneficially. What this is speaking purposefully, speaking clear and concise, having a purpose behind your speech instead of just yada, 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 yada. It's not about the topic necessarily that you're speaking about. It's about how you choose to speak. That if we were going to go in and we were going to brief our project manager and we were all on a project together, we would like to be clear and concise and precise about what it is that we're going to say so we can speak beneficially in this situation. And that's going to promote the best relationships and help you to have really good, healthy conversations. Then the last one here is speaking with a mind of loving kindness. This is where the opposite of this would be to speak with inner hate. If you were to speak with inner hate, this is going to cause difficulties in your relationships. So you would like to speak at the proper time. What you say is true, that it's beneficial, that it's with a mind of loving, or that it's beneficial and with a mind of loving kindness. So proper time, true, gentle, beneficial, and with a mind of loving kindness. That's what's going to promote the best relationships for you. So this is the natural laws. The Buddha is explaining to you the way to speak in a way that is harmless, right? Every single enlightened being, we're going to have different personalities and different characters, but we'll all be generally practicing these types of teachings. And you can actually independently verify these kinds of things, that you can look at relationships and conversations that didn't go so well. You can look at that and you can see these 5 factors, and you can see that you and or the other person wasn't practicing these. You can see conversations that erupted into all kinds of problems. You weren't speaking at the proper time. Maybe you were interrupting them. Maybe your mind was angry and hostile and bitter. Maybe their mind was angry and hostile and bitter. Maybe you weren't speaking the truth. Maybe you weren't speaking gently. Maybe you weren't speaking beneficially. And maybe you weren't speaking with a mind of loving kindness. Even if you miss one of these factors, there's the potential for the conversation to not go so well. So you can independently verify this for yourself in that way, that look at unwholesome conversations and unwholesome results, and you can see that you weren't practicing these. But then you can also look at the other side of this, because you have had conversations that have gone really well, right? You guys are having conversations here. They're going really well. You guys are being friendly and polite and respectful with each other. And you've had other conversations like that in the past with other people. And you can see that you and the other person was practicing all 5 of these. Because remember, these are the natural laws. They're affecting you whether you're aware of it or not. So it's not just that you're aware of these. It's that even though you were unaware of them, you were still practicing them. And that's why your conversations went well. So now what you do is you consciously remember these and you learn these and you refine your speech more and more in all your relationships so that you can speak this way in all your relationships. And the more that you speak this way, you will see that your relationships will gradually improve. So you can independently verify the wholesome side of this too. And now instead of unconsciously practicing them and taking it by chance, now you can consciously practice these teachings of the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, and it'll promote more and more harmonious relationships for you. Essentially, what we're doing here is we're getting to the point where you're developing what the Thai people call barami. This is a Thai word. It's called barami. What barami is this means the one who people listen to. If you have barami, you're the one who people listen to. That means you're very wise, right? So in Thai society, there's people who have barami. They are the one who people listen to. And this is something you establish through practicing like this very wisely, where you're speaking in ways that is harmless and it's not harming other people. And more people can see that this person's very wise. So now in villages in Thailand, there can be like elders in the village that people know like, oh, these people are really wise. They're really successful. If you have a problem, go see these people. They're going to actually help you. And when I say that they're successful, I don't mean financially successful or they're rich or famous. What I mean is that they're successful in their relationships. They're having harmonious relationships, and people know that they're very successful with harmonious relationships. So if you would like to get help, you might go speak to somebody who has barami. They're the one who people listen to. So if you'd like to be influential and helpful in your family or in your work environment or in your community, you're going to need to establish barami. And if you would like to do that, this is how to do it. As you practice the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, and more you will establish barami. It's not going to be 1 week or 1 month, but when you're practicing this for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, more and more people will see how you're speaking in harmonious ways and you're speaking in harmless ways, and this is going to promote more and more healthy relationships for you, and you'll establish barami. So during the lifetime of the Buddha, this was referred to as right speech, because that's all there was speech, right? People spoke, and that's how they communicated. But today, we might think about this as right communication, because we don't only speak, we have emails, we have text messages, we have social media, we have many different ways of communicating. We have voicemail messages and all kinds of things. So you would like all your communication to be using right speech. So for example, if you're really angry and you go over to your keyboard and you're starting to pound out an email, it's not the proper time to be communicating. So instead of hitting send on that email, hit save, right? And now come back and look at it later, a few days later, and see if it's really wise to send that after your mind has calmed down. So you would like to practice these 5 factors of well-spoken speech in all your communication. Because if you went to a job interview and you knocked it out of the park in your interview, but they got on your social media and they saw that you were aggressive and bitter and harsh and hostile, you're probably not going to get the job, right? So you would like all your communication to be using the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. Okay, so this is the speech. Now in the book, Developing a Life Practice, The Path That Leads to Enlightenment, I go into a lot of detail about speech, because we can harm through our speech in many different ways, and we can damage relationships. And I go through all of those things in detail. But here is just a little bit of a summary, but I advise you to go to the book in chapter 5 and you'll be able to see all the details. Because if you're in a situation where you're kind of stuck and you can't remember the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, if you can remember this, to speak polite, kind, friendly, and respectful, you could do pretty well in that situation. Ultimately, you need to know the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, because that's what's going to purify your mind. That's what's going to get you to enlightenment. That's what's going to promote harmonious relationships. But if you can at least remember to speak polite, kind, friendly, and respectful, this will really help you. So there are suggestions like that in the book. In addition to explaining the teachings of the Buddha and what he taught, I give you some suggestions like this that you'll find in there. Okay? So then the Buddha teaches right action. This is the 4th step of the Eightfold Path. Here in right action, he says, in what, monks, is right action? Refraining from taking life, refraining from taking what is not given, refraining from sexual misconduct. This is called right action. Here he's talking about 3 impactful actions that you could do with your body that is going to cause harm to others, and therefore harm is going to come back to you. So you would like to eliminate any kind of harmful bodily actions. But here he's just talking about 3 major ones so that you can understand these 3 significant issues. But he doesn't give you an exhaustive list because you're going to need to put thought behind it and make sure that you understand to not cause harm with your body. Because he's not saying here, don't walk through the aisle of an airplane and drag your suitcase and bump into people's feet and run over, or bump into their knees and run over their feet, because airplanes didn't exist during his lifetime. But if you understand what he's teaching here is to not cause harm with your bodily actions, then you realize it would be unwise to drag your suitcase through the aisle of a plane and run over people's feet and bump into their knees. And this is probably why you don't do that, right? You just are very aware when you take your bags onto a plane and you put them away in a way that you don't bump into people. But if you do bump into people, you probably say, I'm sorry, right? And that keeps things nice and clean for you. So the Buddha's not giving you an exhaustive list. He doesn't say don't walk up to someone and punch them in the face, right? But you know, if you did that, they're probably going to punch you back. They might have a gun or a knife, or they might call the police, or their friends or family might come and attack you. There's going to be harmful consequences, because if you cause harm to others, harm is going to come back to you. And that's why it would be unwise to punch someone in the face, because that would be wrong action. So here the Buddha is giving you 3 really impactful ones. And then you're going to need to understand to not cause harm through your bodily actions. And the Buddha goes into detail on these 3 when he talks about the 5 precepts. And that's something that I teach in other courses and other programs using the original words of the Buddha, where he expands these for you and he gives you more details. But I'll just give you a heads up on one of these, and then you might decide to go read chapter 7, where I teach it in detail using the words of the Buddha. This one where it says refraining from sexual misconduct, I like to point out to students that this doesn't include same-gender relationships, because sometimes when people see that, they think that that's what it includes. The Buddha was aware of same-gender relationships during his lifetime, and he never included it as part of sexual misconduct. When you look at his sexual misconduct, he's talking about harmful bodily actions that you're having sex, like having sex with minors, or raping people, or having sex outside of committed relationships and things like this, where you're maybe having sex with people who have a partner, and now you're luring that person away from their partner to have sex with them. This is all going to cause harm. So he was aware of same-gender relationships during his lifetime, but he didn't talk about it as harmful, because if you have 2 loyal, loving, consenting adults that are choosing to have sex with each other, they're not actually causing harm to anybody, right? So if you have a male and a female, or a male and a male, or 2 females, in this situation, if they're in a loyal, loving, consenting relationship, they're not causing harm to anybody. So that's why he didn't include it here. And this was going on during his lifetime, because we know with the universal truth of impermanence that it's not possible for every woman to be interested in having sex with a man. And it's not possible for every man to be interested in having sex with a woman. This is completely normal because of the universal truth of impermanence. Ever since the beginning of time, there's never been a time where everybody had sex with the opposite gender. And that hasn't happened ever since the beginning of time of humanity. And it's not happening now either. But sometimes people have a desire and a craving for other people to have sex with the opposite gender, and they can get really angry if someone's not having sex with someone of the opposite gender, but that person is causing their own anger. So if you're someone who prefers a same gender relationship, you're not causing other people to be angry. Their mind is causing it themselves. You're doing something that is completely normal, so you don't have to feel guilty or shameful about that, and you don't need to feel like you're having sexual misconduct. If you're in a loyal, loving, consenting relationship, this is not sexual misconduct. But there's more details on this in chapter 7 of volume 1, and I teach this in various courses and programs. I go through all of these and explain them in more detail. But here, what you can take away from this is that what right action is ensuring that you're not causing harm through your bodily actions, because any harm that you cause through your bodily actions is just going to come back to you. Then we have right livelihood. What right livelihood is how you choose to sustain your life. That's what a livelihood is. If you're causing harm through sustaining your life, then this harm is going to come back to you. So in the Eightfold Path, the Buddha says, in what, monks, is right livelihood? Here, monks, the noble disciple, having given up wrong livelihood, keeps himself by right livelihood. Here, he just talks about it very generally and very broadly, because this is a teaching that's a core central teaching that everything else plugs into. But then you can go look in his other teachings and you can see what is right livelihood. He's talking about it in other parts of his teachings. What a noble disciple is this is someone who's practicing his teachings very closely. So he's saying someone who's practicing the teachings very closely has given up wrong livelihood, and they maintain their life through a right livelihood. So there's two levels of purification for your livelihood. The first level is here, what I'm going to teach you. We call this the first fold of purification. The first fold of purification includes two things. The first one is here. What the Buddha is giving you is 5 individual livelihoods that if you did any of these, it would cause harm, and therefore harm's going to come back to you. Whether you choose to do these things are up to you. But he's giving you this list to help you understand the natural laws of existence. And you can actually look at this list and you can independently verify that what he's teaching you is causing harm. And if you ever have done these things, that there's going to be harm that comes to you. So he's talking about business and weapons, living beings, meat, substances that cause heedlessness, and poisons. If we had a livelihood where we were sustaining our life off of these things, that means we're causing harm, and harm is going to come to us. And as I mentioned, you can independently verify these things. So let's just take one of these, and then you can do the others on your own. Look at the substances that cause heedlessness. If I was on the street corner selling crystal methamphetamine into the neighborhood, I'm causing harm to the community. These people are getting addicted to this substance. They're going out and robbing and stealing and doing other things in order to give me money, right? And now that I'm causing harm to the community, harm is very likely to come to me. I can get beat up on the street corner. I can get murdered. I can get robbed. I can get arrested. I can get addicted to my own substances. These are all harms that are going to come to me as a result of causing harm in the community. And this is why these kinds of things happen. Well, this natural law of karma, it's a law that's functioning at a much higher level than any kind of governmental law. Your government or the laws of society, these are imperfect because they're created by human beings. The natural law of karma is a law that's functioning at a much higher level. So a government could tell you, hey, you can go work at that liquor store. You can be a cashier at that liquor store. We're not going to arrest you for that. Right? That's the government law. That's a human law. But if you understand the natural law of karma, you might realize that it's unwise to go work in a place like that because you're selling substances that cause heedlessness. And now at a liquor store, this is a place where it oftentimes gets robbed. People get beat up. People get murdered. If you're a cashier at the liquor store, someone might come in to rob the store and now you get murdered. This is a result of the decision to have a business in the substances that cause heedlessness. So even though the government says that it's legal for you to work at that liquor store, with your wisdom of the natural law of karma, you might realize that that's unwise, right? So this natural law of karma is functioning at a much higher level than any other governmental law. And we should always aspire to create more and more fair and equitable laws. But the thing is that human beings are involved. So therefore, we're going to be prone to mistakes and errors. But the natural law of karma isn't that way. It's going to be functioning at a much higher level. So you'll have to decide for yourself, based on what the Buddha is sharing with you, what would be a wise livelihood for you. And he's pointing out to you that if you have business in any of these things, it's causing harm. So therefore, harm is going to come back to you. And you can see examples in the world where all of these things are true. And you can independently verify this. Then another part of the first fold of purification is these things. This is how you actually conduct your livelihood. The Buddha is giving you examples of things that would be unwise to do in your livelihood because he's guiding you to have a very healthy professional career. Because if you have a very healthy professional career, you can be more and more supported and you can experience more and more improvement into your life. So he's explaining these things would be unwise. Scheming, flattering, hinting, belittling, and pursuing gain with gain. I'll explain to you guys what these are. What scheming is where you're corrupt. and you're doing backhanded things in order to make money on the side or do corruption. So let's just say, for example, I was a politician. It's not one of those 5 wrong livelihoods. I'm not causing harm to anybody by choosing to be the mayor of a city or to make laws or things like this. If I'm a politician, I'm not causing harm to anybody. But if I'm scheming and I'm corrupt, now I'm causing harm. And now, by me being scheming and being corrupt, maybe 10 or 15 years into my career, people find this out, and now they won't reelect me. And now I have trouble sustaining my life and supporting myself because I can't make money because as a politician, I'm out of work and I'm out of a job. Right? So it would be unwise to do any kind of scheming, whether you're a police officer or a doctor or any kind of livelihood, not just one of those 5, but any livelihood. If you were scheming, it's going to promote unwholesome results in your life. What flattery is where you give insincere comments to people just to try to get them to purchase things and buy things. Whereas if you were giving insincere comments in order to kind of compliment somebody, they're going to see through that, and then they're not going to be interested in continuing to purchase things from you. So like, for example, if you ever gone into a store and they say, oh, those earrings are so beautiful on you. It's so great that you're here. I've got these other earrings that'll look really good on you too. Or, oh, that color looks really good on you. I have a shirt over here that's almost that same color, right? They're just trying to sell you something. They're trying to make you feel good by flattering you, but then they're trying to sell you something. If you ever experienced that kind of thing, you probably weren't interested in buying things from that place because they were just being insincere with their comments. So you're not interested in just trying to flatter people in order to get them to do business with you. That's what the Buddha is teaching you. What hinting is where you're not clear and concise about the things that you're doing in your professional life. So again, if we were on a project team and we were going to brief the boss about our project, we would like to be clear and concise in our communication. Instead of hinting around and kind of beating around the bush, we would like to be clear and concise about what it is that we're doing on our project. What what belittling is where we're degrading or diminishing our coworkers, our business partners, or even our competition. If we're belittling and degrading and diminishing people, this is not going to look good for us in our career, and now we're not going to do so well in our career. So you would like to get to a point where you're not belittling other people and degrading and diminishing them, and you're not slandering and gossiping people and belittling them. Instead, you would like to be uplifting, because if you belittle your competition, this is going to not look good with your customers, right? They're not going to be interested in purchasing from you. So if you don't have anything good to say, then just don't say anything at all. You don't need to actually belittle people. And then what pursuing gain with gain is, this is where you don't really care about the work that you're doing. You don't really have a real interest in what you're actually doing. You're just collecting money. You're maybe just going to a job in order to collect a paycheck. You're not really enthused and motivated. You don't really have ambition about this job. You're just going there to collect money. And if you've ever worked in that kind of job, you probably felt very dull and very lethargic. You probably were unmotivated and you kind of dragged yourself to work each and every day. And this isn't the way to create a peaceful life and a joyful life. Because not only are you training your mind to get to peace and joy, you're creating the ideal life for yourself. So if 8 hours a day you go somewhere that you don't like and you despise this work, maybe work is like a 4-letter word for you and you just really don't like the work that you're doing, you're not going to feel peaceful and joyful in your day-to-day life. What the Buddha is guiding you to be able to do is to be able to get to a livelihood that you feel enthusiasm and motivation and ambition in, that you enjoy this work so much that even if you didn't get paid for it, you'd probably still do that work because you enjoy it that much, right? Of course, you need to collect a paycheck in order to sustain your life, but you can get to a point where you just thoroughly enjoy the work that you do on a day-to-day basis. And you would like to be able to get to that point by making wise decisions, that you're not pursuing gain with gain, that you're not just showing up to a job to collect a paycheck and that's all you care about. You would like to have some real interest in the product or service that you're involved in and have some real ambition and motivation behind it. So this is what's called the first fold of purification, where you're not doing one of those 5 livelihoods and you're also practicing this as well. there's additional things that the Buddha teaches about a livelihood that's going to help you get to an improved environment with your livelihood, where you can feel enthused and motivated and have ambition in your livelihood. So if you're currently working at a job that you don't particularly care for, you might decide to look at this further. If you go into volume 12, chapter 14, you'll be able to see that. That's where the Buddha teaches that. Or maybe you're in between jobs right now and you'd like to get a new job. You might decide to look at volume 12, chapter 14, and that's where you're going to see a lot more details from the Buddha and from me that are going to help you to understand about livelihood and how to create a livelihood that you feel enthused and motivated in, and you can have ambition and enjoy the work that you do each and individual day. Okay, so this is livelihood. Now, just to summarize the moral conduct, is right speech is ensuring that you're not causing any harm through any of your verbal conduct. But also, this is all communication. Verbal, text, chat, post, emails, everything should be harmless. Whenever you're communicating, you would like to practice the right speech, which includes the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, developing barami, where you're the one who people listen to. Then you would like to practice right action, where you're not causing any harm through your bodily actions. As long as you're causing harm through your bodily actions, this harm is going to come back to you. Then you would like to have a livelihood where you sustain your life off of decisions where you're not causing harm to others. And you can be enthused and motivated and have ambition around your livelihood. And you can conduct your livelihood in a way that is wholesome and you're not causing harm to others. This is going to promote the best environment for yourself to be successful in your professional career. So any questions on the moral conduct section? Yes, sir.
A question on right speech. So if we were to consider like a very basic question like, oh, how's it going? When someone is responding to that question, they might be experiencing a number of different things internally. And there might be a certain cultural expectation or norm to kind of respond in like a very brief or certain way, like I'm doing well, I'm doing good. So how would you recommend navigating different aspects of the 5 factors there?
What do you mean navigating them? You mean?
So like, given like someone might be experiencing a number of different things, mm-hmm. and they might not communicate those things based on the certain social context or circumstance.
Okay. So what other people choose to communicate, that's on them. Your practice isn't about eliciting any particular response from them. So you mentioned the word culture. So if culturally they're replying in a certain way, that's on them. What you would like to do is always focus on your practice to be practicing these things. So if someone asks you, how are you doing? And you just say, oh, I'm wonderful, but you're really not, that would be lying, right? And you're not interested in lying. So you would like to always focus on your development. All these teachings, since you mentioned the word culture, all these teachings that the Buddha is teaching you is to cut through all that cultural stuff. Because with culture, in some cultures, something could actually be considered polite and respectful, but that same thing in another culture could be considered disrespectful. So if we only practice based on culture, then we're going to run into problems as we're interacting in an international world. So what the Buddha is doing is he's cutting through all of that so that you can now understand the natural laws. And you can have an opportunity to practice this as you guys travel. So for example, when I went to Egypt 2 years ago, a Muslim country, I was still practicing the same way that I practiced here in Thailand. I was practicing all the same things. My personality didn't change, and the way I interacted with people didn't change. Because if you have to change what you're doing based on the people that you're talking to, you don't have a permanent practice. Your mind can't be at ease. So when I was in Egypt, I was bowing to people and I was saying, hello, or I would say assalamu alaikum, or whatever it was that I was saying, greeting people at the hotel. And they really liked that. They were actually started doing it back with me as well. So this is kind of becoming the international way of showing appreciation, gratitude, and respect to people. So if you develop a practice based on these natural laws, you'll be able to practice exactly the same way no matter where you're at. The language might change. So like when I was in Mexico recently, it was hola, ¿cómo estás? Right? Instead of sawadee kap, right? But it's exactly the same thing. So you can actually break through any kind of cultural barriers by getting to the natural laws, and this will be effective no matter where you're at in the world. But what other people choose to do, that's on them. You would like to just focus on your own practice. Okay, any other questions? Let's see if we have any online. Okay, I don't see any online. Okay, so we'll move into the mental discipline section, because now we just talked about the moral conduct section. And this is something that you're going to need to work on, because the moral conduct section, it can be really challenging to speak in gentle ways. Like if you think about some of the relationships that you're in, you're probably really challenged to speak gentle. You might actually speak harsh in some of the relationships you're in, but you're going to need to change that. You're going to need to improve that if you're looking for harmonious relationships, because as long as you're harsh to people, that harshness is just going to come back to you. So you're going to need to improve your moral conduct in order to get to harmonious relationships. And what's going to help you improve your moral conduct is the mental discipline. The mental discipline and training of the mind is what's going to help improve the moral conduct. Your decisions about your moral conduct is coming from your mind. So as long as your mind isn't disciplined, then you're not going to be able to have improved moral conduct. So all of these factors are actually working together. So I'm now going to teach you right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration as part of the mental discipline. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read to you the words of the Buddha, and then I'm going to teach it to you and help you understand how to practice it. So here's what the Buddha says about right effort. He says, "In what, monks, is right effort? Here, monks, a monk rouses his will, makes an effort, stirs up energy, exerts his mind, and strives to prevent the arising of unarisen, evil, unwholesome mental states. He rouses his will, makes an effort, stirs up energy, exerts his mind, and strives to overcome evil, unwholesome mental states that have arisen. He rouses his will, makes an effort, stirs up energy, exerts his mind, and strives to produce unarisen, wholesome mental states. He rouses his will, makes an effort, stirs up energy, exerts his mind, and strives to maintain wholesome mental states that have arisen, not to let them fade away, to bring them to greater growth, to the full perfection of development. This is called right effort." So he's talking about 4 things here, and I've broken it down for you to be able to see what he's talking about. He's talking about preventing unwholesome mental states that have arisen from or that have not arisen from arising in the mind. So if there's certain unwholesome mental states that are not currently in your mind, he's teaching you to apply the effort to prevent those from ever coming into the mind. So an example that I can give you, and the examples are going to be unique to you, but this is one that I think applies to probably all of you, is that you probably aren't thinking about killing another human being right now. That's the farthest thing from your mind. It's not even in your mind, remotely in your mind. And the Buddha is saying that type of thing, prevent that from ever coming into the mind. And there's other unwholesome things that are currently not in your mind. You don't have the slightest thought or inclination to do that particular thing. And the Buddha is saying apply the effort to prevent that from ever coming into the mind. Then the second one is abandon unwholesome mental states that have arisen in the mind. There's certain unwholesome things in your mind right now. Otherwise, you would already be enlightened. So there's certain unwholesome things that are in there. You're going to need to apply the effort to eliminate those out of the mind. And here's some examples. And the examples are going to be unique to you, but here's just some examples that you can understand. Let's just say you were in a relationship and you were craving for sexual contact with another person outside of your relationship. Well, you know that this is going to cause harm. If you start having sex with other people outside of your existing relationship, people are going to get attached to you. People are going to be tugging and pulling you in different directions. You could easily get sexually transmitted diseases. You can get beat up. You can get murdered in these kinds of situations. It would be really unwise to go out and have sex with other people other than your committed relationship? Well, if you have this thought, this craving of having sex with other people, you would like to apply the effort to eliminate that and abandon it out of the mind. Or say you have anger or frustration or irritation that arises in the mind. You would like to apply the effort to abandon that and eliminate that, because that's an unwholesome quality that has arisen in the mind. And now you're interested in getting rid of that. And you're going to need to apply the effort to eliminate that out of the mind. Then the third one is produce unarisen, wholesome mental states to arise in the mind. What this is there are certain wholesome mental states that are currently not in your mind right now. And you're going to learn that there's certain wholesome qualities that you need to cultivate. And you wouldn't be able to experience harmonious relationships or enlightenment without promoting and encouraging these wholesome qualities in your mind. So let's just say, for example, you learn about generosity. And generosity is a wholesome quality that you're going to need to cultivate, where you're giving and sharing more than is strictly required in any situation without any expectation of anything in return, such as your time, your effort, your energy, and your resources. If you know that you're not a generous person and you find it very challenging to share with others, you're going to have to apply the effort to bring that wholesome quality into your mind. Because if you are selfish, you're not going to be able to have harmonious relationships. You're not going to be able to get to enlightenment. So you're going to need to apply the effort to bring this wholesome quality into your mind. Or say something like compassion. Compassion is the concern for the misfortune of others. Say you're pretty indifferent. When you see somebody suffering or having difficulties, you're like, so what? That's their karma. I don't care. Right? If that's the way you were, your mind is lacking compassion. You don't have concern for the misfortune of others. So you're going to need to bring in this compassion into the mind, and you're going to have to apply the effort to do that, because it's a quality that is not currently in your mind, for example. And then the fourth one is maintain wholesome mental states that have arisen, not allowing them to fade away, and work to increase their growth in the mind. So there's certain wholesome qualities that are currently in your mind, and you're going to need to apply the effort to support those, encourage them, and not allow them to fade away. So, for example, you probably have loving kindness in your mind. Loving kindness is a genuine interest in seeing all beings be well, active goodwill towards other beings. But it's not fully developed yet, because there's some situations where you don't have loving kindness. There's anger, and there's hostility, and there's bitterness towards others. So when you see those kinds of things, that's because you haven't applied right effort to fully develop your loving kindness, bringing it to full growth and full perfection and full development. So you're going to need to apply effort to arise this wholesome quality more and more and more, so that it's permeating in your mind. Another example might be sympathetic joy. Sympathetic joy is the joy for others' success, even if you didn't contribute to it. So this is the opposite of jealousy or envy. So you might have this in your mind already as a wholesome quality. If somebody's like, hey, I'm going to go to Thailand on a holiday, on a vacation, you're like, that's really great. Go enjoy yourself. I was there last year. You have a great time. It was really wonderful. There's really great food. Enjoy yourself. But then in another situation where you're at work and you apply for a promotion and somebody else applies for a promotion and they get the promotion and you don't, you might be jealous. You might be envious. This is because the sympathetic joy hasn't been brought to full growth, full perfection, and full development. And you would like to get to the point where in all situations, you have joy for others' success, even if you didn't contribute to it. So you're going to need to apply the right effort to bring up this wholesome quality in the mind more and more and more, so that it's permeating in the mind and that you have this sympathetic joy for other people. Okay, so this is right effort. There's 4 aspects of it: to prevent unwholesome qualities from arising in the mind, to eliminate or abandon unwholesome qualities that are currently in your mind, to bring in the wholesome qualities that are currently not in your mind, and to support and encourage the wholesome qualities that are already in your mind. The way that I explain this to my young son is I say, kick out the unwholesome stuff and bring in the wholesome, right? That's essentially what you're looking to do. And you're going to need to apply the effort to do this. Okay, so this is right effort. You wouldn't be able to practice right effort without this next one, which is right mindfulness. You need right mindfulness in order to practice right effort. So I'm going to read this to you, and then I'm going to teach it to you so you can understand it. So this is, in what monks is right mindfulness? Here, monks, a monk resides reflecting on body as body, dedicated, clearly aware and mindful, having put aside craving and worry for the world. He resides reflecting on feelings as feelings, dedicated, clearly aware and mindful, having put aside craving and worry for the world. He resides reflecting on mind as mind, dedicated, clearly aware and mindful, having put aside craving and worry for the world. He resides reflecting on mental objects as mental objects, dedicated, clearly aware and mindful, having put aside craving and worry for the world. This is called right mindfulness. So there's 4 things that he's talking about here. These are called the 4 foundations of mindfulness. But when you first get started with mindfulness, it's important to start out with just a general understanding of what mindfulness is before we talk about the 4 foundations of mindfulness. What a general understanding of mindfulness is mindfulness means awareness of mind. You would like to have awareness of your thoughts and your ideas and what's going on in your mind. That generally in the unenlightened state, we don't have mindfulness. We don't have awareness of our own mind. We're just kind of plowing through the world, kind of knocking down trees, burning up the forest. We're not really thinking about what's going on in our mind. We kind of start smelling smoke and we're like, who lit the fire? Right? Well, it's us that lit that fire. We were just plowing through the world, not being aware of what's going on in our own mind. So this might be where you start. For a few months, you might just hang out with developing general awareness of the mind. And you're going to need to be aware of how the Buddha used the word mindfulness. He used it as awareness of mind, where nowadays it's kind of made its way into common language and people use it in ways that the Buddha didn't use it. And if they would like to use it in that way, that's up to them. But you're going to need to use it in the way that the Buddha used it so that you can come to understand the teachings in the way that the Buddha used it. So some people might say, can you mindfully carry this glass of water to that table? What they're really saying is, can you carefully carry it? You'll hear people talk this way all the time. They're just going to replace the word careful with mindful, right? But that's not the way that the Buddha used this. He used it as awareness of mind. So more and more you would like to think of it in that way, even though other people are going to use it in other ways. But then more specifically, you would like to get into what's called the 4 foundations of mindfulness. This is where you understand and be aware of the bodily sensations, the feelings, the condition of the mind, and the mental objects. I'm going to explain to you guys what these things are. What the Buddha is explaining to you is he's explaining to you the life cycle that discontentedness is going to take in your mind. Before you get angry, before you have the feeling of anger, there's going to be some bodily sensation. It might be tingling, rising from your feet up towards your head. It might be tightening in your chest. It might be tightening in the throat, heat in the face, or pressure in the skull. These are the bodily sensations associated with anger arising. And they're going to be unique to you. You got to look at your own body and figure out what are these bodily sensations associated with these discontent feelings that are arising. Because what the bodily sensations are, these are the early warning system that's alerting you that, hey, you're about to get angry. You're about to get frustrated. You're about to get irritated or annoyed. And what you would like to do is when you notice those bodily sensations, is you would like to cut it off and let it go as a bodily sensation. You're essentially preserving the mind. So your mind's about to get a feeling. It's about to get a feeling. And you say, nope, not going to let you do that. You're cutting it off and letting it go. Right? It's like preventing the water from ever coming into the boat. If you're taking a boat from Australia to Indonesia and you're out in the middle of the ocean, if the water starts flooding into the boat, you've got a real problem to deal with. But if you can prevent the water from ever coming into the boat, hey, you can sail your way to Indonesia with no problem, right? So you're trying to prevent these conditioned feelings from coming into the mind. You're not suppressing your feelings. You're actually cutting it off before it actually becomes a feeling. So if you can put a blockade at the bodily sensations and cut it off and let it go there, you've preserved your mind. You don't have to experience the anger, because once the anger comes in, it's a lot harder to get rid of it once it comes into the mind. So your mind has this early warning system, these bodily sensations that are going to start to be experienced, whether it's a pleasant feeling, a painful feeling, or a feeling that is neither painful nor pleasant. There's going to be some bodily sensations. The pleasant ones are more subtle. They're usually like tingling across the shoulders, up the back of the neck, over the head. We call these warm fuzzies in some cultures, and you might even indulge in those. But that's an early warning system alerting you that your mind's about to form a conditioned feeling. Based on some condition, you're now going to get happy, or based on some condition, you're now going to get angry or sad or frustrated. And if you allow that to continue to occur, your mind's going to stay wired that way. It's going to keep getting those conditioned feelings over and over and over again. So this early warning system is there alerting you, I'm about to get a conditioned feeling. I'm about to get a conditioned feeling. I'm about to get a conditioned feeling. And you're like, nope, I'm not going to let you do that. Sorry. And now over time, you will rewire your mind where you're cutting this off and letting it go. And eventually you'll get to the point where the mind no longer forms these conditioned feelings. You'll get to a point where you're experiencing unconditioned mental qualities where the mind is just always happy and always joyful. But if you keep allowing the mind to get those conditioned feelings, it will never stop doing that because it keeps being trained to do that. So you're essentially rewiring the mind, okay? But between now and enlightenment, you're going to get some conditioned feelings, right? You can't learn this and implement it perfectly on day one. You're going to need to develop this in your mind. So if your mind misses it as a bodily sensation and it does become a feeling, that's the next step, is it's going to become a feeling. You can cut it off and let it go there too. And you're not interested in allowing your mind to dwell in a conditioned feeling, because the longer it sits there and dwells in that feeling, the longer it's going to stay wired that way. Because if you don't cut it off as a bodily sensation and you don't cut it off as a feeling, you're going to experience the mind experiencing this condition of the mind. If you've ever been grumpy or irritable or agitated for a few days or a week or so, this is the condition of the mind. Have you experienced that, where you've been agitated or annoyed for like a few hours or a few days or a week or two? Of course you have. We all have, right? Of course you've experienced that. That's because we didn't have this wisdom. We didn't cut it off as a bodily sensation. We didn't cut it off as a feeling. So therefore, it affected the condition of our mind. And now, going around grumpy and irritable and agitated for a week or two, you were feeding what's called a mental object. A mental object is a deeply rooted container in the mind that is something like ill will. This deeply rooted container in the mind is motivating unskillful conduct. So like when we were born, we didn't have the mental object of ill will in our mind. It didn't exist, right? When we went into the nursery at the hospital, we didn't hate other babies, right? We didn't hate others, right? That developed in our mind, that when we were a little child, we had a craving, we had a desire, we wanted chocolate, we wanted candy, we wanted ice cream, and we begged and pleaded with mom and dad to give it to us, and they gave it to us, and we got really happy. We got our chocolate, we got our candy, our ice cream, this is the best day ever, right? We got so happy. But then somewhere along the lines, we were begging and pleading with mom and dad to give us the chocolate and candy and ice cream, and they said, no, you can't have it. You're the meanest mommy ever. I don't like you anymore. I wish I had a different mommy. You're no good, right? And we got angry because our craving wasn't being fulfilled. If we got what we wanted, the chocolate and the ice cream, we would have been happy. But because we didn't get what we wanted, we got angry. And we thought it was because of mom or dad, right? So now we experienced the bodily sensations. We experienced the feelings. It affected the condition of our mind for a few minutes, a few hours, a few days. We were grumpy and irritable, and we formed this mental object of ill will, where we have this ill will towards other beings. Like right now, you don't have any anger in your mind, but you've got this deeply rooted container. You've got this mental object that if somebody triggers one of your cravings, desires, attachments, that ill will is going to arise. Right? And now you'll be bitter and harsh and hostile towards someone. So what the Buddha is teaching you to do is essentially put this blockade at the bodily sensations and no longer allow your mind to form these conditioned feelings. And if you can cut those off and cut those off and cut those off, getting better and better at that, and that's going to take you multiple months and years to build that up. But if you can cut that off and cut that off, rewiring your mind, not allowing your mind to get the conditioned feelings, all the while you're purifying the mind of these mental objects. Those 10 fetters, those 10 pollutions, those are the mental objects that you're purifying your mind of. And you're going to need to be aware of these things. That's the 4 foundations of mindfulness. You're going to need to be aware when those symptoms are coming up. And that's what I teach in some of the other classes and courses and retreats, of understanding these fetters, understanding these mental objects, and how to know when they're actually rising in the mind. Okay, so this is mindfulness, generally having awareness of mind, but more specifically, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, becoming aware of the bodily sensations, this early warning system that is there that's going to alert you that your mind is about to get a conditioned feeling. Become aware of those bodily sensations more and more that you may or may not even be aware of right now. Then you need to be aware of the feelings. Then you need to be aware of the condition of the mind. You need to be aware of the mental objects. Okay? The way that this looks in practical terms in day-to-day life is, let's just say you're sitting there watching the news, you're on the sofa, and you see something on the news, and you start noticing the bodily sensations coming up. You're about to get frustrated about something that you're seeing on TV. Rather than just sit there and dwell and allow the mind to now get the feeling of frustration, when you're noticing the bodily sensations, cut off the TV, go for a walk, go for a bike ride. Don't allow the mind to do that, right? Redirect the mind. That's what you can do. You can internally cut it off and let it go. Redirect the mind. Sitting there watching the news, allowing the mind to get that conditioned feeling and stay wired like that isn't helping you at all. So this is how it can look in practical terms. You can just cut off the TV, go to the kitchen, get a glass of water, just completely let it go. No big deal, right? Just let it go. And then more and more, you'll get to the point where you can watch the news and you won't get frustrated. But if you allow the mind to dwell in that feeling, you're not going to be able to train your mind. So you might need to redirect the mind in certain situations. Okay? So now this mindfulness is developed through right concentration. This is how you get to the mindfulness. So all these factors, all these steps are all actually working together in order to support each other. Just like you wouldn't be able to practice right effort without right mindfulness, you wouldn't be able to practice right mindfulness without right concentration. So right concentration is going to help you to develop right mindfulness. Here, what the Buddha is describing to you is something called the jhanas. The jhanas are preliminary phases that you experience before you get to the first stage of enlightenment. So here, he's not explaining to you how to practice right concentration. He's actually explaining to you the results of having cultivated right concentration. If you put together all the steps of the Eightfold Path and you're doing this for a consistent long-term period, your mind will move into these preliminary phases called the jhanas. And there are certain heightened qualities that you experience when your mind moves into these jhanas. I'll give you some examples. In the second jhana, you're going to experience what's called unification of the mind, or oneness of mind. Right now, if you're not in the jhanas, your mind has a conscious mind and it has a subconscious mind. And both of these are actually polluted. The conscious mind has pollution, but the subconscious mind is more heavily polluted. And in order to get to enlightenment, you're going to need to purify the entire mind, right? If you've ever been around talking to your friends and you just blurted something out and you said it and you were like, why did I say that? I don't think that way. That's not the way I think. That was your subconscious mind throwing something up into your conscious mind and you just blurted it out, right? So this is the pollution of the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. But by the time you get to the second jhana, you've trained your mind so well, you're now experiencing unification of the mind, or oneness of mind, where you can now see the entire mind. There's no longer a conscious mind and a subconscious mind. So there are certain qualities that you're experiencing as your mind's moving through these preliminary phases, and then eventually you get to the first stage of enlightenment. So I'm not going to focus on the jhanas. I'm going to explain to you how to actually practice right concentration. There's other courses and retreats where I teach you about the jhanas, but this isn't that course. So here I'm going to teach you how to practice right concentration, because you're going to need this in your relationships. When you're talking with mom and you're talking with dad, when you're at work, in your professional relationships, you're going to need to have concentration in order to practice something like right speech. You wouldn't be able to practice right speech if you didn't practice right concentration. So now let me explain to you what the Buddha teaches about right concentration, of how to actually acquire right concentration. You're going to get to right concentration through practicing all the factors of the Eightfold Path, but this is specifically how to cultivate the mind with concentration. You need to practice a daily meditation practice, and you need to practice singleness of mind in daily life. Your meditation practice is breathing mindfulness meditation and loving kindness meditation. This is a daily, consistent practice. You would like to develop a practice of 2 to 3 sessions per day for 30 minutes or more. And for some people, this can sound like a lot when you're first getting started. But that just depends on where you're at in your life, because there's probably certain unbeneficial things that you're doing in your life that you could clear out of your life. Like maybe you're on social media for 3 or 4 or 5 hours a day, or maybe you're looking at YouTube videos for 2 or 3 hours a day. If you start paring that down and doing that more in moderation, you'll actually have more time to do things like studying the teachings of the Buddha, meditating, and all these other things. So you might have to clear some of these things out of your life. It can take 6 months, a year, even 2 years to build up to 2 or 3 sessions for 30 minutes or more. But that's ultimately what you would like to build up to, is a breathing mindfulness meditation practice and a loving kindness meditation practice, where total you're doing 2 or 3 sessions per day for 30 minutes or more. Okay. And then there's other specialized meditations as needed that you'll learn, like elimination of sexual cravings and a meditation to realize non-self. These are only needed in certain situations. As you guys are going to see this afternoon, everyone's going to need breathing mindfulness meditation and loving kindness meditation, but these other specialized meditations, you only need them in certain situations. So this is the main practice of meditation, is breathing mindfulness meditation and loving kindness meditation. And that's what we focus on in this course. But then in addition to this, you would like to practice singleness of mind in daily life. This is where you only allow the mind to focus on one thing at a time and do one thing at a time. Your mind can actually only do one thing at a time, but we have been misled, and we have the lack of wisdom to think that we can multitask. Sometimes we've been taught that when computers came out in the 1960s, because computers can multitask, human beings thought that we could too, and we started trying to multitask. But we're not actually multitasking. If you're talking on the phone, if you're watching TV, and you're eating a sandwich, you're not actually doing all 3 things at one time. You're actually talking on the phone for a couple of seconds, you're watching TV for a couple of seconds, and you're eating your sandwich for a couple of seconds. Your mind's basically like racing around. You're jumping from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing to thing. And if you do this all day at work for 8, 10, 12 hours, you probably come home and you're very stressed, and you find that it's very hard to relax. You might have anxiety when you get home from work because your mind's been bouncing around all day long from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing. It's kind of like a racehorse, that a racehorse, when it runs around the track, when it goes to the barn, it can't calm down. It's like really jumpity because it's been racing around the track for a long time. So if your mind is doing that all day long and you're bouncing around from thing to thing to thing, you'll find it very hard to relax. Right? So what you would like to do is practice singleness of mind, where you're doing just one thing at a time. So if you're washing dishes and you notice that your mind wanders, you would like to cut that off and bring it back and just focus on washing dishes. Or if you're in a business meeting and your mind is thinking about going to Thailand in 3 months and you just can't wait to get there, you got to cut that off and let it go and bring the mind back to the business meeting and fully contribute to what you're doing there. Or if you're talking on the phone to mom and you want to watch TV and you want to eat your sandwich, don't do that. Don't allow the mind to do that. Just talk to mom, right? Because if you do decide to multitask, or at least what you think is multitasking, which is the mind jumping around, you'll probably get off the phone and you'll forget what you talked about. Maybe you agreed to do certain things for mom and you'll completely forget about it. Or you won't be able to bring forth your right wisdom 100%, your wisdom of the right speech and all these other teachings, it'll be very challenging for you to speak to mom in wise ways. You might be bitter and harsh and hostile on the phone. So how can you have a harmonious relationship with mom if you're not practicing right speech all the time? So this conversation that could have been maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes long, it ended up being 45 minutes or an hour because the mind was jumping around and running around. And we think we're actually being more productive when we're multitasking. But actually, you're spending more time on the phone. And if you used wrong speech, you got to go back and clean that up. You got to go apologize to mom. You got to bring her some flowers. You got to tell her you're so sorry and all these other kinds of things. Where instead, if you would have just focused for 10 or 15 minutes, had your conversation, been done with it, and move on to the next thing. And anything that you agreed to do for mom, you can remember it because you have concentration. Essentially, what I'm teaching you here is between the meditation and between practicing singleness of mind, you're developing and honing your mind to be focused and concentrated all the time. The way that you can think about it is if you had a piece of wood and you had a steel rod and you grinded this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, initially, this steel rod is going to bounce around a lot because there's no groove there yet. But if you bring this steel rod back and forth on the wood long enough, eventually you're going to get a groove in the wood and it's not going to pop out. Or if it does pop out, you'll notice that and you'll bring it back, right? But if you grind this steel rod back and forth long enough, you'll get a deep enough groove that it won't pop out any longer. So the same thing is true about your mind. If you focus your mind with the meditation and with the practicing singleness of mind in day-to-day life, you'll get to the point where your mind is so refined that it's very focused and it no longer pops out. You don't get confused. You don't get distracted any longer. You can stay focused all the time. That's right concentration. So the more you practice right concentration with your breathing mindfulness meditation and practicing singleness of mind, the more your mind will stay in the middle. So this meditation where we did this morning, where we focused on the breath, and the mind moved off the breath and you cut that off and let it go and brought it back, that's not to eliminate your thoughts. You're never going to eliminate your thoughts. You need those thoughts. But in meditation, we're training our mind and we're honing our mind to develop right mindfulness. We would like to know whenever the mind moves off, we would like to know that and be able to cut it off and bring it back. Right? So even in the enlightened mental state, you're going to have thoughts during meditation. But the difference is that in the unenlightened state, you're going to have a bombardment of thoughts. You're going to have multiple thoughts. Or you might have a thought and you might indulge in that thought and follow it for a period of time before you realize 2 or 3 minutes down the road that you need to bring your mind back to the breath. An enlightened being, they're going to notice as soon as they have their thought, and they'll be able to cut it off and let it go and bring their mind right back to the breath, right? So the goal here is in breathing mindfulness meditation is to develop your mindfulness or awareness of mind, to develop your concentration, your focus, your clarity by focusing on one single object. And when your mind moves off the breath, to be able to easily let it go. That's training your mind to eliminate the craving, desire, attachment. Because what's making the mind angry and frustrated is you're holding on. You can't let go. So you need to be able to let go. Because if you think back to that boyfriend or girlfriend, when you guys broke up, you were probably sad or you were probably frustrated or lonely or bored. But eventually you let go. You were like, you know what? If he wants to be with someone else, so be it. Or if she wants to move across to another part of the country, so be it. And you let him go. And then your mind gained its peacefulness. But the mind in the unenlightened state, it doesn't know how to let go. So this breathing mindfulness meditation is helping you to build awareness of your mind, concentration to be focused and clear, and to be able to easily let go. And now you can practice that in day-to-day life through your meditation, but then also with your singleness of mind, that when you're washing dishes, if you see your mind move off of that, cut that off and bring your mind back to the dishes. And now more and more, your mind will just always be focused. It'll be performing optimally. And now you can use this clarity and this concentration and this focus in all parts of your life. So this is what right concentration is developing a daily meditation practice and practicing singleness of mind in day-to-day life. And that'll get you to the point where you've got this nice groove where your mind will just be focused all the time. In fact, right now, you might be practicing right concentration. You might be just listening to me talk, and that's really helpful Because if your mind starts thinking about lunch and like, oh my goodness, is he going to go to lunch? It's almost 1 o'clock. You can cut that off and let it go and bring your mind back to the focus and the concentration of what we're doing in our class, right? So this is how you can practice even right here in your day-to-day life. You're already training your mind, right? So just to kind of summarize this, right effort is taking initiative to eliminate unwholesome aspects of the mind and cultivate wholesome qualities of the mind, applying the effort to eliminate those unwholesome qualities and bring in the wholesome qualities. Right mindfulness is awareness of the mind and specifically practicing the 4 foundations of mindfulness, being aware of the bodily sensations, the feelings, the condition of the mind, and the mental objects. And you're going to need to develop that over time. It's going to take more and more time to develop that in meditation, but outside of meditation, because that's where right concentration comes in, where you're practicing meditation and you're developing the mind to practice singleness of mind until the point where you start experiencing the jhanas. If you start putting together the Eightfold Path, month after month after month, eventually your mind's going to start experiencing the jhanas. The jhanas are not just experienced in meditation. They're experienced at all times of your day. That sometimes people are confused about these jhanas. They think it's just in meditation that you're experiencing the jhanas, and they think that you're turning the jhanas on and you're turning them off. This isn't actually true. These are heightened qualities of mind. These are phases that your mind goes through that on your way to the first stage of enlightenment, you'll experience these phases. And these qualities that you experience, they're experienced at all times of your day, not just during meditation. So as you're putting together all 8 steps of the Eightfold Path, these jhanas start to be experienced, these heightened qualities of mind. It's kind of like the light bulb is flickering and it's giving you an indication that you're putting together the Eightfold Path really well. And at that point, you start focusing on the first stage of enlightenment and getting your mind into that first stage and then beyond, right? So here with right concentration, as you're practicing your meditation and you're practicing singleness of mind, along with all the other steps of the Eightfold Path, that's what's going to help you to start experiencing the jhanas, these preliminary phases that your mind will experience, these heightened qualities that are experienced, and they'll be with you all the way to enlightenment. And even when your mind is enlightened, you'll still be experiencing the qualities of the jhanas. Okay, so any questions on this Eightfold Path? These are 8 individual steps that you're going to need to revisit this multiple times. There's people here that are learning that have actually learned this with me multiple times, and you're going to need it multiple times. You're going to need to dial it in closer and closer and closer because it's very comprehensive, but everything else is built on this. It's organized into the wisdom section, the moral conduct section, and the mental discipline section. So any questions? You have a question? Yes, ma'am.
Mention about seeing the news that frustrate you and you maybe turn it off and walk away, but just take a news for example. Like a few months ago, there's a Indian doctor get like maybe 10 people sexually abused and rape her and get killed, and many people angry and go protest, right? And if I just say, okay, I take back my anger and walk away, like if everyone's like me, like what action should I take toward the news, or I should just like put my mind back in peace, like?
Sure. So the Buddha's not teaching you about what you should or shouldn't do in those kinds of situations in terms of should I go protest or should I not, right? That's up to you to decide. What he's teaching you is how to keep your mind calm and not experience the anger and the frustration. Whether you choose to go do something about this is up to you to choose, right? So if you're angry, if you're frustrated, if you're agitated, that's going to promote unskillful conduct. So now if you do go protest, you're going to be angry and bitter and harsh, and you're going to be breaking windows and rioting and all this kind of stuff. And this is going to produce unwholesome results for you. So the Buddha is not giving you a decision tree that if you see something that's happening in the world, like somebody sexually abuses their patients, what should you do about that? The Buddha is not teaching you to change the outside world. He's teaching you to train your mind and change the inner world. And once you change the inner world and you learn how to function without discontentedness, then whatever you choose to do, whether you choose to go protest or not, you're going to do that in a better way and in a more wise way. Do you see that?
Just get peaceful and my mind, the world is not gonna change, right? The bad things still gonna happen, or I don't know.
Yeah, this path isn't about changing the world.
Okay.
It's about changing your mind, because you can't change the world. The goal isn't to go out into the world and change other people, because every single person needs to decide for themselves that they are interested in change. Because all the problems in the world that are occurring, that's not what's causing your anger. When you watch the news and you see that doctor has sexually abused people and you're getting angry, that's not what's causing the anger. What's causing the anger is the mind's craving for the world to be a certain way. And if the world is that way, you will be happy. But if the world isn't that way, you'll be angry and frustrated or sad. So the Buddha is teaching you to eliminate your cravings, your desires, your attachments, so that now your mind doesn't want the world to be a certain way, but instead you understand how the world is, that there's beings out there in the world that are functioning with craving, and they're functioning with anger, and they're functioning with this ignorance or this unknowing of true reality, and now they're making unwise decisions. And you can't control whether that doctor sexually abuses their patients or not. You can't control that, right? You're not the one who's making those decisions, because you're not choosing to do those things, but that person is. So you can't change that person. That doctor has to decide for themselves that they would like to change. So there's nothing on this path that is about going out and changing other people. It's about changing your own mind. Your peacefulness isn't going to come through changing other people. But that's not to say that you don't do things in the world to help the world. Like you see me, like I'm sharing these teachings, and this is to be able to help people to learn the path to enlightenment. But I don't actively go out on the street corner holding picket signs and beating a drum and say, come learn the teachings of the Buddha or else you're going to go to hell, right? Or anything like that. I don't think that way, and I don't do those things. We just put out signs, we put out advertisements, we let people know that what we're doing, and then whoever chooses to show up, they can learn and practice. But there's no part of it that's to go out into the world and change other people. But let's just say that you are interested in helping the world to become a better and better place. You can find a way to do that when you don't have craving, desire, attachment. If you want everyone to be vegan, for example, and you have this expectation that everyone should eat a plant-based food supply, and you want it really badly, whenever you see people selling meat or eating meat, you'll be angry, you'll be frustrated, you'll be agitated. And now you'll be hard to make decisions of how to help people to understand with wisdom why it might be wise to move to a plant-based food supply. So the Buddha isn't teaching you to go out and picket or protest or do these things. He's teaching you how to train your mind. And then whatever decisions you make in the world is up to you. But in terms of changing the world, when you change your own mind, that is actually going to improve the world. You can't change the world because the world is functioning based on these natural laws. And what you would like to do is understand these natural laws. So then you can understand the world. And then by you understanding the world and training your mind, you've actually improved the world, because now you're functioning with less harm, where you're not harming other beings. Sometimes this is challenging for people to understand, because we're taught to go out into the world and change the world and leave our mark on society. And this isn't going to promote peacefulness in your mind. But that's not to say you do nothing. Do you have a question?
I'm curious, on this past enlightenment, or when you get to jhana, will the mind ever go back if you stopped practicing it?
If you only got to the jhanas, from there your mind can regress. But if you get to the first stage of enlightenment, from that point your mind won't regress any further. So from the first, second, third, and fourth stage, once your mind's in the fourth stage, that's when your mind's actually enlightened. But even when you're in the first stage of enlightenment, your mind won't regress backwards. But from the jhanas, when your mind's in the jhanas, if you become complacent, your mind will regress backwards. Okay. So Just check to see if we have questions online. All right, I don't see any questions anywhere. So this afternoon, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you the 3 poisons of craving, anger, and ignorance. It won't actually take me very long to share this with you. So if you guys are okay with having like a 1 hour lunch, maybe 1 hour and 15 minutes, that'll give me time to share this with you. Are you guys good with an hour lunch, or do we need an hour and 15? An hour? Okay. So why don't we come back at 2 o'clock? That'll essentially give us about an hour lunch, and I'll share this with you. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you for your questions and your interest to learn. I'll see you afterwards, okay? Thank you so much.